Yeah. Okay, we'll call the regular meeting of Township Council for Monday, May 26th to order. And I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional territories of the Coast Salish peoples, and in particular, acknowledge our valued relations.
Kilometers. They ignore the school zone speed signs. Can't they see the school? Can't they see children playing outside or crossing the street? Why don't they pay attention? I don't understand why they can't ignore their phone for a minute or two. It's okay if they get where they are going 1 minute later because kids need to be kept safe. If they drive too fast, they will hit somebody. I'm worried about every kid in the school. What if they get hit? What if I get hit? What if someone gets badly hurt? Or one of my friends get hurt? That would make me so sad. My teacher is really worried too because she said it has been happening for a long time. I want cars to slow down when kids are crosswalking. Could you please put smiley and sad face signs on 208th Street and 24th Avenue in front of my school? I think the smiley and sad face will make people think and slow down so they can show they care about kids and no one will get hurt. Thank you everyone for listening to my important message.
Thank you very much for that delegation. I have a few speakers and questions from council. Councillor Kunst, go ahead.
Hi, Audrey. I know you can't see me because there's another monitor.
Yeah.
Thank you for delegating today. I just wanted to let you know that I grew up just around Glenwood, and I can't believe there's still no crosswalk there.
Yeah.
So maybe because you're here, when my grandkids go to that school, then they're going to have a crosswalk. So that's what we're hoping. So thank you for delegating.
You're welcome.
Councillor Ferguson?
Oh, yeah. Aubrey, I know you can't see me, but I'm here. Thank you for coming. Guess what? I live down the street from Glenwood School. And my wife, believe it or not, went to that school. And she's just a little bit older than you are. But I did want to say that the speed on all of 24th Avenue, actually right from 200th all the way to 208, is a concern. So I'm going to do some homework, too, on your behalf. And I'm going to let the RCMP know that we're concerned about speeding in general 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on that street. Is that okay with you if I do that?
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your delegation today.
Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, so I'm not going to hide the fact that this is my granddaughter, and I'm really, really glad that she was smart enough to recognize the fact that this is not a safe situation. And part of that is because this is on the detour for 40th Avenue. And I have driven through there, and the speed sign that is west of the school heading east is not functioning. The one that is north of the school and is facing south traffic only triggers when you're very close to it. And it's those small yellow ones that are effective at night, but not during the day. So thank you very much, Audrey, for bringing this to my attention and then to everyone's attention. And we'll see what we can do.
Okay.
Well, I think it should give some confidence to the public that Councillor Bailey made even his own granddaughter delegate to council to get anything done. And so I certainly appreciate an illustration of the process. And thank you very much for being here today. And I look forward to advancing this with a member of council that may wish to make a motion to start the process for our staff to evaluate the request and very likely come up with some good ideas to improve the traffic through Glenwood. And I appreciate you bringing it to our attention here today.
Okay.
Thank you. Councillor Ferguson, did you have more?
Do we have to vary the agenda to address this issue right now?
No, I think you can go ahead if you wish. I'll take it.
Make
Go
a
ahead.
motion to be for staff to look at the budget and also for looking at the actual request that the delegation has made.
Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Do you wish to speak to it anymore, Councillor Ferguson?
No, thank you.
No? Anybody else wish to speak to it at all? Nope, seeing none, I'll call the question on C1. That carries unanimously. So again, that means the staff will begin looking at it right away. So thank you very much for that. Second delegation is from Kathy Wall.
Hello. I have a PowerPoint here.
So great, thanks for coming here today. You have 5 minutes, and council was given a copy of your presentation in advance as well. Great, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Woodward and council members, for listening to our concerns today about pickleball in Fort Langley. We have a group of people from Fort Langley who are interested in this topic as well. The tennis courts were resurfaced a few years ago beautifully with lines and pickleball, tennis lines and pickleball lines. So thank you for putting those resources into that court at that time. Unfortunately, now those courts sit mostly empty. Last year, we were very surprised to see this sign on not allowing pickleball with no discussion, no reason given. Without notice, the lines were removed and signs posted. Now they sit mostly empty. After investigation, we were told that one of the reasons pickleball is not allowed in Fort Langley is that it impacted one person greatly who lives nearby. So the park in Fort Langley serves the whole community, children, teens, adults, and seniors. It is walkable and readily accessible within Fort Langley, which is something that is valued greatly in our community. Pickleball has become one of the fastest growing sports for seniors, but also young people are playing as well. Having these easily accessible courts is important to us. Pickleball is easy to learn, low impact, has social aspect, and is gentle on the game on joints. So overall, pickleball offers a fun and engaging way for seniors to stay active, socialize, and improve their overall well-being. This applies to younger people as well. So just a couple more health benefits from pickleball is it increased cardiovascular health, increased strength and flexibility, enhances mental well-being, and social connection and interaction. Maintaining physical health and social interactions are significant in promoting long-term health for all members of society. There's a number of community members here who shared an anecdote. That is that these courts were very helpful for a number of our Fort Langley residents during COVID, as they could play, stay active in their community, and connect with others at a distance, contributing greatly to their mental health at that time. This was very important for all of them. Today, while that was shared and that was important during COVID, we have many people here who agree that and believe strongly that it's still important today. So we've asked Barbara, who lives right beside the courts, to share a little bit as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'm Barbara Rawcliffe, and I live in the house directly in front of the courts on Nash Street. We just go out our door and 2 steps and we can play pickleball. When pickleball was allowed to be played, there were a lot of people playing. It was always used. There means there were hundreds of people who enjoyed it that lived in Fort Langley. We would look out our window, and it was wonderful to see the different people playing, couples, different groups, and we kind of got to know who, oh, that group is there playing today. My husband and I are in our 60s, and we were able to play with 20-year-olds, and we're able to develop quite a nice relationship with them because it was a leveling game that different ages could play. We would not have developed that relationship if the pickleball wasn't in our neighborhood right there. Now, it's very depressing to look out on the courts and see them empty. Maybe 1 to 3 hours a week is tennis played, but otherwise those courts are empty. And it's quite a loss not to see all those people in my neighborhood. I did write a letter to the township, and I felt quite dismissed because they said, oh, there's other courts being available. But in my letter, it was very clear that the courts in Fort Langley were important because that's where the community is and that's where you can develop the relationships. I do have wonderful neighbors on Nash Street, and I'm really sorry that it's bothering one or more of them, and I don't want to demonize them at all, but I do feel like council has a responsibility to have discernment of weight on where people are at. And this is a very healthy and positive activity, so I'm not sure why that was dismissed for one or a couple of people, especially without even any meeting about it or any talk about it. And now we're stuck. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
So, to conclude, as members of Fort Langley community who desire the long-term social and health benefits from activities such as these in our local park, we are asking you to consider reversing the closure of the courts to pickleball. So we'd like to ask you, what are the next steps that need to be taken to get pickleball back in Fort Langley?
If your submission's concluded, I can answer that question, and then we have other members of council who have some questions.
Yeah.
The process from here would be for a member of council to make a motion to reconsider the current situation at that location, or look to staff to take some kind of an action or review. Okay. That would be the next step, would be for council to initiate a change of policy. Councillor Richter?
Yes, thank you very much for your delegation today, and I know from other people who have come to talk to council this past term just how exciting and vibrant pickleball is as a community. You did mention, or at least on my agenda, it says that to discuss a compromise for pickleball courts. Now, reversing the decision may not be seen as a compromise per se. It's a reversing of the decision. Are there particular time spots that that your group is particularly interested in having?
That's a good question. I proposed bringing it back, but we're obviously willing to compromise. But that would be, I think, something what we would probably need to discuss. That would probably with, some council members as well as our community members, because I'm sure time-wise of compromise will be significant and may not always agreeable to everybody. But so I don't have any specific times right now, but that's something we would be willing to definitely discuss.
Yeah, and the reason, one of the key reasons why I asked this is another topic on our agenda that we're dealing with this afternoon, E3, concerns the future of Fort Langley Community Park. Mm-hmm. And at least what I've seen in that plan doesn't include pickleball.
Yeah, I was wondering about that. I just saw that today.
So would it be an unreasonable assumption on my part to assume that you would like to see a pickleball option of some sort included in the revised Fort Langley plan?
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
We like it because it's walkable in our community, and that's very valued in our area.
Yeah. And now, would you guys have any idea when I know there were complaints from a few neighbors right next to it. Did they mention it? Were you ever given any timeframes that were areas of concern?
I think at first it was closed at 7 p.m.
Yeah.
And then it was just taken away. But that time is, some people can only play at 7 because they work, or it's too hot during the day in summer. So that's the timing might be a challenge, but we hope to be able to find at least a compromise.
So if you could have, say, morning access or afternoon access, which would be better for your group?
Either or.
Either or? Okay.
I don't know, probably morning. Morning's probably better.
Okay.
Especially in the summer when it's cool.
And how long does it take for a pickleball game? Like,
that's a good question. It can take a long time.
Yeah.
But I mean, we would adjust to time frames too, but you need at least a couple of 2-3 hours.
2 to 3 hours.
Or maybe.
Okay.
4 hours would be good.
Okay, so 2 to 4 hours morning preferred time. Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for your delegation today.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, just to answer your one question, I did ask a bit about the status of the courts there. They're legally on school district property, and provided maintenance is provided by the Township of Langley on a handshake, essentially. And so there's been no contemplation that I'm aware of relocating those at this time, just leaving them where they are.
Oh,
Yeah, that'd be helpful. Yeah.
Thank you, yeah.
Councillor Ferguson?
Oh, yes, thank you for coming. I appreciate it. You know, I thinking of all the implements I've used over the years as tools. I'm talking about starting off with baseball, and then you go to tennis and golf, racquetball, squash. You know, all those involve some kind of an implement. Now, I think it's great that you folks are now picked up another one, the pickleball, which has been going for a number of years. We do a lot of things for children, right? That's putting playing fields out there, hockey, ball hockey, lacrosse, and the swimming, and the list goes on and on. And I think it's great that people that are maybe a little bit old and certainly a lot younger than me, of course, are out there doing it. I think that's an area of our inner seniors week's coming as well. Not that that matters, but doing something for your age group, that microcosm of society. I think it's good. I think, as the mayor said, you know, moving forward and also building more for the future. And I understand that's in our books as well. So I appreciate what you're doing and moving forward. But having said that, I have homework for you guys now. I asked the same question last time because you've been here a few times. Is there anything in technology that somebody can build or create a better ball that's not as loud?
Well, I don't know about that, but there is a sound bar, a pickle, what's it called? Pickleball sound barrier that actually, in panels that you can put up that are really greatly reduce the sound from traveling, so you can actually just put on the fence. So there are things like that, but I don't know about I mean, I'm sure they could come up with the ball or racket, but that hasn't really been.
You know, also another thing, indoor pickleball. I think that you've played in some gyms. I know some are available. I don't follow you all. I think it's great. I want to learn how to do it, but I'm so busy because we had a house fire and we're building a new house, but so I haven't had the time. But I want to learn how to play pickleball, but that's my goal. But that's it. Thanks. That's my question, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Bailey?
Yeah, you're not going to like this. So, you've already been warned about me, I assume?
You've written me 3 emails.
Yep. So I've been doing, I don't like to talk about things I don't know about, so I have been doing a lot of research on pickleballs, and including my partner plays, everyone around me and my family plays, and I don't because I've got bad knees. So when I go into it, I start with, when we're looking at the Fort Langley Community Park, there's a quote in there that says, the staff have reviewed the existing racket courts and have identified they do not conform to noise planning guidelines. And I point to this. And that is what they refer to there. And every time I have gone in and researched, and that also includes something that is issued by the Pickleball of British Columbia and the BCRPA, that recommend a minimum of 100 feet from any buildings or anything like that. Now this court is significantly, it's what, 3.66 meters away from a fence.
That's not a building though.
It's from a fence, which
They
is
don't
a
live
back,
on-
excuse me, which is a backyard that I have visited, and I retreat to similar things like that, and I find that inexcusable. Many other ones, as I go through Niagara on the Lake, has been sued successfully because of Niagara on the Lake municipality not paying attention to complaints. I also have gone through this physical and psychological effects on nearby neighbors that was recently presented in New Orleans. And I am fully in favor of pickleball courts in Fort Langley, and I will help anyone who wants to. I've been trying to find a place where we can put 2 or 4 to replace this, but I cannot endorse a violation of a home and its sanctity and its peace because of this noise. Now, it's not just the decibels, it's also the frequency and the density of this noise. And in researching this, there are rackets that are quieter, and there are balls that are quieter also. Now, I don't hear anyone mentioning that they're going to do that. I would really like to see that as a compromise, and I'd like to work with someone on fixing this so there is pickleball in Fort Langley. I'm even looking down by the boat launch when we redo the waterfront. But I cannot endorse pickleball being that close to a house, and especially when it comes to mental health. You know, there are constant articles about the noise and everything to do with this, and it is becoming bigger. If you look at how many lawsuits there have been over the 4 years, it's quadrupled. And that's around the noise of pickleball. So if you want to sit down and come up with some places where we could build some, I'm all there. But I will not endorse being that close to someone's home.
Thank you. We would like to be involved in discussion if there's anything further with planning.
Yeah, I think it's probably some of the rationale that led to council's initial decision to err on the side of the noise impacts on the direct neighbor. You know, the challenge being that there was potentially no long-term solution simultaneously identified to provide this recreation option in Fort Langley for exactly the reasons you outlined, not needing to get in your car and go to the Langley Event Center. And, I think that Councillor Bailey also touched on the possibility of some other locations that may not have the same level of impact, but may also not be as convenient for, all the members of the community that when they're located in the center of Fort Langley geographically. I don't expect you to solve the problems of pickleball simultaneously being immensely popular and growing and noisy. I feel like that's a solution that the township needs to find, just as it did at the Langley Event Center, where eventually people are going to live next to those courts, but they don't right now, and they don't for a long time. And so pickleball is a sport that all local governments are struggling with, given the desire to provide it, but also and for people to play it outside, but also that it can only occur as active recreation on urban land. We can't locate it in the middle of nowhere, for example, where nobody lives, or put it in rural areas. That's not permitted. And so there's some challenges around how to satisfy all these objectives. And if you have any thoughts, now's the time.
One thought is we do have one person that lives right next door that's for it, so there's sort of that kind of thing. But one thought I had, and I don't know if this is a possibility, but for a location, the park down by, it's just the walking park that's down by the Salmon River where the kayakers go, and there's a little bit of there's some trees there and benches and stuff. That's a whole huge park that's away from houses. So I'm not sure if that's designated that you can't build anything on it, but that could be a possibility.
You'd have to confirm if that's in the agricultural land reserve, and hard services and active recreation have some grandfathering, some of the parks like Milner and so on, that potentially can be options if they're permitted.
Okay.
So this is a challenge that our local government specifically struggles with. But I will highlight as well that we do get noise complaints from baseball, slow pitch, and other user groups, and we're not closing baseball fields. And so, I think you've identified that council is struggling with finding the right outcome here, and I'm continuing to try to work on it, as Councillor Bailey mentioned as well. So it would not surprise me if Councillor Richter's direction is also a good one, to potentially look at opening it up for a limited number of hours until a long-term solution is determined.
Thank you, that'd be appreciated. The other option that I thought of is, and I don't, this might sound silly, but for the people who live close by, if it's only during certain hours, you could give them those headphones that play music.
Yeah, and I think the problem would be that some of the individuals that are impacted by the proximity of this court won't find that funny.
Of course.
And so, but I think it's up to the township to find a solution to this in the long run, given that tennis courts, which don't have the same volley speed with the noise, this versus this.
Yeah.
And these courts have evolved into being a different sport on them versus what they originally were. And so this is, I think, a problem that the township's going to have in other neighborhoods, not just this one. Yeah.
Okay.
And I appreciate the delegation today, and I do appreciate the desire to play a sport that you love in your own backyard as well.
Thank you.
All right. Councillor Richter has one more follow-up question. Councillor Richter, go
Well,
ahead.
it's not a question so much as it's maybe a clarification. It's evident that there are people from Fort Langley that have come to hear this. I wonder if we could entertain a motion to refer to staff for a report on pickleball options in Fort Langley.
Yeah, I mean, like the previous delegation, I think while we have the delegates here, let's conclude the delegation, and then I'll take your motion, Councillor Richter.
Okay.
Okay, so that concludes the delegation. Anything else? Any other questions from council? No, Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that we refer the delegation to staff for a report on pickleball options, both short and long term in Fort Langley.
Yeah, I'll second that. Is there any discussion? Councillor Richter, do you have anything else?
No.
No. Anyone else? Any discussion on that? No. Seeing none, I will be out here. Yeah, call the question on C2. That carries unanimously. So we'll move on to the third delegation. Terry Coleman, please come forward.
Good afternoon, and thank you so much for having us come up here. We appreciate the opportunity to address you today. Our conversation here is in regards to the utility fees and sewer fees that have recently come out on a separate invoice, and how it actually impacts multi-using buildings such as condominiums. I have supplied everybody here with the presentation, and there are several copies of what some of the standard contingents in this area have been putting on blogs and such. I've done a little bit of research on it myself, so I thought I would just try and read from this. Excuse me, I'm very nervous, and I'd like to have the strength that Audrey had, because she came out just and nailed it. So thank you, Audrey. You have more strength than I do. So basically, I'm the treasurer of a strata council. We're representing the ownership, the strata plan LMS 3087. And I'm accompanied both by the strata president and the vice president of that corporation. My research on the annual flat utilities fees shows that many multi-unit condos and apartment owners are questioning the disproportionate charges and for water and sewer. Previously, they were included in the annual property tax. These fees went primarily unnoticed by Langley Township owners. Social media posts, along with town halls and other meetings, are now indicating that condominium owners thought that the water and sewer costs were already tailored to residential types, unlike unit entitlement-based fees, which is what we're used to. The recently revealed annual flat utility fees has surprised many strata lot owners. This has led to debates about fairness and equality in the distribution of these utility costs. Just under residential and properties, and just a stat that I was able to find out in 2021, Stats Canada reported that there was about 46,000 or almost 50,000 private dwellings in Langley. Single detached houses only made up 40% or 47% of those, which means that condos and townhouses actually have a larger percentage, and yet the individual dwellings take much more land lot space than condos do. They also have swimming pools and hot tubs. These are things that condominiums don't have. We have sprinklers that we use to ensure that we're doing the best water conservation we can. Most of our condos only have one person living in it. We then also understand, and I'm going away from this, but we also understand that through this, we are being charged exactly the same as a 21 square foot home. I live in 700 square feet. There's 51 units in our building. As a complex, we're paying $80,000 this year in utilities for water and sewer. A house that lives on a regular standard lot, maybe they have renters in the basement, are paying $1,550 plus a 30% for additional people living in their home if they have a basement suite. Condominiums are paying the majority of the sewer and taxes, and it's just unfair and unjust. I know that we've reached out to the Township of Langley on a couple of occasions asking what we can do. We were told that you have an option of being metered, so we looked into that. The first time actually we called, we were told, too bad, that's the way it is. It's what somebody actually said from Township of Langley. The second time we called, it was, well, you chose to live here. Okay, but in Surrey, they have it a step system where multi-dwelling properties actually have a lower rate because they understand that those consumers don't use the same amount of water as those in homes and farms and other larger rural areas. In Surrey, a single dwelling property pays $2,700 for their utilities and fees, and this is in the preparations that I've given you. And they offer $1,000, just under $1,000 to multi-dwelling units, compensating them. For us, that's meaning that Surrey condo owners, and we live right on the border, that means my neighbors that live directly behind me pay $500 less per year for water and sewer than I do. And we know that condominiums are becoming more and more frequent and more important in our community. We are a diverse community, but condominiums shouldn't have to take the blunt of these additional costs. It should be fairly distributed, as our water consumption is nowhere near that of a normal home. A lot of our people are seniors in our home. A lot of people are single dwelling. We live in 700 square feet. If I look at the basis of some of the numbers, it means that somebody living in a single detached home is paying, on average, 75 cents per square foot of living space. If I look at a townhouse, which is slightly smaller, 1,500 square feet, they're paying $1.03 per square foot. Me, in 700 square feet, I pay $2.21 per square foot. Does that sound fair? What we're asking today is, we had a couple of questions, and there's contact information. I bought a condo to avoid higher tax prices and costs for amenities like pools and hot tubs. Now we're paying for single detached homes to use those luxuries. Would you not agree that this is completely unfair? Considering the Township of Langley, aren't the high density areas with condominiums subsidizing the outskirts? Does Township of Langley earn 8 to 10 times more by charging condo owners the same rate as a house owner? Why are homeowners being charged only 30% more if they have an extra unit in their house? They're paying 30% more of the $1,500, but yet combined, we're paying more than two families living in a house now, and we're now in 1,400 square feet. Seems again unjust. There's also the fact that, from our understanding, lots on properties now can have up to 4 homes on it. I know at least in the city. I'm not quite sure about the township. I didn't get that far into it. But if we're able to have more than one house on a lot, how is that second house being charged? I'd really like to know. Are they being charged at 30% more, considered a suite? Or are they being charged the whole $1,550 like I am? And then finally, we'd like to know what actions will the township implement to mitigate the higher cost that are impacting the individuals, the couples, and the small families who are purchasing condominiums just to enter the housing market and then being charged out the same as a house. I would like to thank you for the time, and I look forward to your questions and further discussions in this.
Yeah, I have a few questions. Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, thanks for coming. It's always good to hear from our residents about, especially condo owners. We don't always get that opportunity. Whereabouts do you live in the township?
We live actually very much on the outskirts. We're at 64th and 98th, so we're at the 198. So we're at the very edge.
Okay. And so has there been a change? Is that why you're coming to council, or has this just been sort of an ongoing annoyance that you've had that, is it like the way that we're sort of charging out? Because I know we've made some changes, so I'm just wondering if that has impacted you adversely.
I think that the impact is that when you changed it, you went from a one tax form for land taxes, and you split it into utility fees and taxes. That's when it opened up all those sleeping eyes, and condos thought that prior to that it was automatically adjusted. When we got our taxes, we thought that there'd already been the adjustments and the credits that resonated towards condo owners. But when we got that separate bill, it kind of opened everybody's eyes. All of a sudden, we're getting $1,500 just for water and sewer, and we're being told that taxes are overall going up 4.5%. But when I look at the cost of just the utilities alone, they went up almost 17%. So a couple of $100 to people that are seniors. Two of us here today are seniors. It's really hard. Single owners, you've got 3 condos here, and we represent 4 people.
So when the question you had about water metering, was that answered to the way that you were, because this is all new for me too, just how water metering, how that's going to work. So what was your...
My concern with water metering is it is something that is quite adaptable for homeowners because each owner pays for that. It even would probably work for townhouses because meters could be put outside of each unit and they would still be responsible for paying their own bills.
Right.
In our area, you would have to put in 1 meter, and we would have to then add it to our strata fees. Adding something of this magnitude to our strata fees now makes us feel like a landlord, and it looks to any incoming purchaser of our strata lot that we pay more strata fees. This has always been a private bill that consumers have had to pay.
But would maybe the water come down? Would that cost come down?
I don't know, and from what I understand, if you do accept the meter, you're not allowed to change back.
Right.
The other thing is in order to do that, we have to have an SGM or an AGM with our ownership, and that costs us the time to have everybody come in, the papers. It costs usually about $2,000 or $3,000 to have an SGM or an AGM.
Yeah.
And then we have to have 80 or more % of the owners say yes, that they want the privilege of having their own right to pay their own bill taken away from them and added to their strata fees.
Okay, well, thanks. Those are my questions.
Thank you.
And I have no answers for you right now, but
Thank you.
for coming forward and delegating.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just going to ask a question. I'm trying to look it up on my phone here, but Google's not working here for some reason. 6359 198th Street. What is the form? Is it an apartment building?
It's a condo. It's a condominium.
It's an apartment building?
Yes.
Okay, that's clear. If it's good to clarify, because I'll definitely have a few follow-up points here in a moment. Councillor Bailey, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks a ton for bringing this forward. I don't have water or sewer, and so this whole field to me is a blind spot. And what I really appreciate is you also bringing forward what our neighbors, Surrey, do in this regard. So thanks not only for bringing up the problem, but also for a place where we can have a look and get more informed on this. I'm blind on this one. I'll definitely be having a look at what Surrey's doing and maybe others. Thank you.
Thank you so much, actually. If you take a look in my documents when you do have the moment, I actually checked Surrey, Coquitlam, and Port Coquitlam, all of which everybody was lower than us. I used Surrey, I believe, they're $552 less a year. Coquitlam is $495 less a year, and Port Coquitlam is $670 less a year. So I have done the numbers for pretty much all our neighboring communities by going on their townships or their city sites and actually looking. They do also offer metering, but they do offer a step for multi-dwelling.
Thanks for bringing this up.
Thank you.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
The correct address of our condo is 6359.
Yeah, 6359,
Yeah,
198th Street.
I just looked it up, so I did see that it's an apartment building.
Okay,
so
yeah.
Thank you for that. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
You have a few more? Councillor Richter?
Yes, thank you very much for the research you've come with today.
Thank you.
And I noted down, so you're currently paying in one unit $15.50 for water and sewer?
Yes, 1559 and change.
Okay, and so that was working out to $210 per square foot.
That's what I was saying. 221 per square foot, actually, when I broke it down.
Okay, and like a single family home?
Yeah, single family.
Okay, but what would they be paying relative to what you're?
A single family in a house,
Yeah.
they would be paying exactly the same dollar amount at 1559 and change.
Yeah.
Working it out that they would be paying 74 cents per square foot.
Okay. I was not aware of those numbers either, and I'm very glad that you've come and shared them with us today.
Thank you.
And I know there's other people that have questions, but if the mayor will permit, I'd like to refer this delegation to staff for a report in time for the 2026 budget.
Thank you. I would appreciate that.
Certainly take that. Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Worship, and thank you for the presentation. I'm a fellow condo dweller myself, so I appreciate the sort of angst that when you see that you're paying the exact same amount of somebody who's living on a much larger piece of property. The other municipalities that have these the steps, and I'm sure I'll be corrected very fast if I'm mistaken, but I believe the metering process is what enables those municipalities to provide those steps. So in this year one, we might not get those benefits yet, but moving forward, I believe that's what's coming. So I'll defer to the mayor or to staff to confirm that. But yeah, no, I was none too pleased when I got my own property tax roll and I saw, oh, okay, I didn't know I was paying the exact same amount as everybody else, living only in a few hundred square feet. So yeah. I share those same concerns, but I think we're headed in the right direction. So I appreciate the delegation.
I think the biggest concern is going to a metered system. If you're in a townhouse, you still have the right to own that bill. If you're in a condo, you no longer have that right to own that bill. You have to then give it over to council, and council has to pay it on your behalf. If you're behind in payments, then liens, like it's completely different type of living. And I think that the Township of Langley going forward with the amount of condominiums that are coming into play need to consider that as a completely different demographic and work with it accordingly.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I appreciate that, and I'll certainly support staff getting back to us with a summary of the numbers and some options. It's an ongoing conversation because there are some obvious options. It's interesting to note that homeowners like yourselves didn't know this until the bill was separated, because it's been that way for many, many years, if not of all time, essentially. And it has been systemically unfair that entire time.
Yeah, exactly.
And it is important that we start to acknowledge that as water and sewer costs continue to rise, that some reforms are needed. Yeah. And this council initiating and beginning those reforms, starting with the ability for people to get a meter and then have a bill for that, which is not possible on property taxes, exactly. Right? So there is a process underway. Separately from that, there are legal issues which can be put in this report, hopefully, to outline that for all members of council, with going into a private building and installing township meters. There really isn't a process to do that. But if your complex was to be metered at township's cost as part of the program, then you would only be sharing the average of your complex, not the average of the entire township. And this would, common sense would indicate that that would come down if your complex is a lot of people living by themselves or a small number of people. Does that make sense?
That absolutely makes sense. I think, again, our difficulties is we have our own council and our own ownership that has to have meetings and performances in order to even get our bylaws changed in order to do things like that as well. If you have 20% or more of those people saying, I'm not willing to allow you to do that, then our whole building is affected by that.
So my understanding is you wouldn't need to change your bylaws. You would need to have the Strata Corporation have the authority to submit a request to the township to have the meter installed.
Yes, that would basically be changing our bylaws to say that it would be part of their strata fees.
And
we
so,
can't take that away from them without their 80% plus approval.
So the threshold may be a little bit lower than that, but I'll let you look into that further.
Absolutely.
So the process there from the township's point of view for every existing building is the same. There's no basis to and no ability to individually meter individual condos, especially in existing buildings. It would be a major significant retrofit to how those buildings were constructed. And the same also applies for townhouses. The idea that the township is going to go on to a township strata complex and rip up the roads and the driveways to install water metering, I mean, this be prohibitively expensive, but also likely of no interest to the majority of owners. The middle ground is for each strata corporation or stratified development to install a water meter, and then the infrastructure fees drop and the per unit fees drop significantly because your meter size dictates the capital and other contributions that are paid, and that would be divided by the number of units within those strata corporations. So I think what can be done, which maybe is a missing part of the puzzle, would be for you to know that in advance before you request a meter, to know exactly what your expectations would be on the average usage that is known by Metro Vancouver, especially, of condominiums for water. You'd be able to reasonably predict what your new bill would be.
And is that something that the township would assist us in learning?
And I think it's important for the Township Council to start initiating that ability for that kind of information to be provided and known in situations like yours, and in situations like other townhouse or other condominiums that are paying more for water and sewer than they should be, based upon common sense that if you have a smaller unit, you're going to be using less water. Yeah. Your point about fourplexes is also well taken. And one of the other reasons the reform was initiated in the first place, that if someone has the right by provincial government mandate, as given to them by the Premier and the Housing Minister and the Legislature, they have the right to, within the current process, to not be metered. And so they will end up with 4 units on a single family lot paying the same average as you are.
And that's really scary.
And that is implemented at a provincial level. Yeah. The township has the ability to require the meter of them for new construction, and that's something that's going to be worked through. But that wouldn't necessarily prevent someone from adding a third suite to their home through that legislation, and not necessarily being required to meter. So there may be some bylaw strengthening that needs to occur, some other changes that can be done, and that can get clarified for council and what some of the options are to address exactly what you've raised here today, which is one of the reasons the reform was initiated in the first place, to allow you to have the option to exist on an average for your complex and your building, not the Township of Langley as a whole. And I think you would benefit significantly from pursuing that at township's cost to have that meter installed for you. But I think it is appropriate for the township to show you that in advance, as you've raised, not an ability to go back. The second thing you've raised, which I think is also really important, is the 17% increase for 2025 is almost entirely due to the North Shore wastewater treatment plant debacle that occurred on the North Shore. And historically, the region has a funding formula for how these projects are distributed and how they're funded. And it did not anticipate a wastewater treatment plant being $4 billion by issues that were done by the previous board, not by this one. And so there's a real issue with how the costs of this treatment plant are being distributed within the region, and it is unfair, and Councillor Bailey and I voted against it. Only 3 directors to do so. Okay. And so we do agree, that's the irony of it, we do agree that it's deeply unfair for residents in the Township of Langley to be bearing the cost of the North Shore wastewater treatment plant, but that's what's occurring. The next part is I think it's important to also know that you mentioned City of Surrey and other communities. It is more expensive to deliver water and sewer in the Township of Langley because of our geography, because of communities like Aldergrove on the far flung, so the edge of our municipality with lots of farmland across. We have reservoirs in Brookswood, Walnut Grove, and Aldergrove that are all due for replacement at approximately $80 to $100 million. And these are costs that are unique in terms of how the Township of Langley has been laid out in terms of its urban geography versus its rural areas. And it does cost more to deliver water in the Township of Langley because Metro Vancouver doesn't have a water main through the center of our city like it does in others, like Coquitlam or Richmond or Burnaby or Surrey. They get their distribution right through the middle of their cities, and that saves them a lot of money. We have to deliver water all the way from 202 and 200th Street all the way to Aldergrove at our cost. And that's why you're seeing higher infrastructure costs than you are in other communities. And this is why it's deeply important that community members and residents like yourselves have the option to pay less based upon sharing your meter at the sidewalk with more and more residents within your complex for the water your complex uses, not just the township average as a whole. So if you have any questions about any of that, happy to answer them while you're here. But I can also get back to you and we can set up a call if you like as well.
I actually do. You brought up a thought to me. When you're saying that a condominium could be metered and potentially have their costs lowered, and you also have a mandate to maintain a budget, does that not mean the same thing ultimately in the end, that if condominiums are now being metered and we're paying less, that ultimately you're going to have to charge the homeowners on the urban areas more anyway? So wouldn't a step process also work in this agenda? Because all of a sudden you get 50% of your population that decides to go on meters, and they're going to go from $1,500 down to, say, $700 per person. Somehow this council has to make up the majority of that budget somehow. So doing a step program is also something that I think would be a really high consideration, being that ultimately the areas that you're talking about are primarily farmland and larger homes. So again, we also want to be diversified as condominiums as well.
Yeah, so these are good points, and I don't think the reduction would be that significant, of 50% or more, but it would be significant. And I think it'd be important to have our staff lay out for council what condominium projects and townhouse developments can expect and get some more information for that to potential strata corporations. And so I'm definitely going to ask council to look at that or have staff come back with some ability for council to approve that. The next thing that I think is important, you've mentioned, is that the costs will go up for everyone else. The portion that you're leaving out of that calculation is growth. And so other communities, as proven and shown by Metro Vancouver, as they have grown at significant rates, like City of Surrey and City of Richmond, the economies of scale on the existing capital improve over time significantly. And so they've seen results from metering programs such as these, that as their populations have increased significantly, their water consumption has remained flat. Okay. And that's because it creates a financial incentive for those people, for everyone to use less water and save money. And this has resulted in a significant improvement of economies of scale with growth. And so you see that every time a new home is built, they'll help paying for the existing capital cost that is a set amount. And so over time, these costs will go up a little bit as these infrastructure is replaced, and then they'll start to drop with growth, but also with the need of new infrastructure not to be replaced in the future, if that helps explain that a little bit
It
more.
does,
Yeah.
actually, thank you.
Yep, so there's lots of complexity to this one, and I'm learning more about it all the time as well. And so I really appreciate your delegation here today. And the irony is this council, except for one, agrees with you. Everyone except for one person voted for this program. And this program is what allows you to save money and even head down the path of metering your building. So again, I really appreciate you delegating here today.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Richter, you had a motion you wish to make.
Yes, I'd like to refer this delegation to staff for a report prior to the 2026 budget process. I'm not going to specify what should be in the report, but I'd like to hear more about the step system in Surrey and equalizing or having more reflective charges for the homeowners and their individual use.
Yeah, I'll second that. I agree. I think it's be a good report to get. Is there any other discussion on this? No, seeing none, I'll call the question on C3. That carries unanimously. So, thank you again. Thank you. Yeah. Move on to reports to council. Item E1, Langley Regional Airport 2025 Strategic Plan. Ms. Bauer, this is back on the floor. Moved by Mayor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Sorry, moved by Mayor Woodward, seconded by Councillor Pratt.
Yes, it was
Yeah.
referral, so it's fine.
So is there any other discussion on E1? Councillor Richter.
I know I had a lot of questions the first time we looked at this report, and they were answered. I'm still concerned about, I believe the stakeholders at the airport have been well consulted and are supportive, but again, I remain concerned about public input and environmental input concerning the loss of the wetlands on the west side, as well as public input, especially concerning the number of airport movements, increasing 63% by 2045. So I'm going to vote in favor of this, but I also want to note that G5, which is the actual bylaw, is not providing any opportunity for public input, and I think it should. So when we get to G5, I'm going to be asking that it be amended to allow for public input, and hopefully it will be. And if it's not allowed, if it's not able to have public input, then I won't support G5, even though I'm going to support E1. Thank you.
Councillor Pratt.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Now that this is back on the floor, I know I spoke a little bit to it at the last meeting, but I did just want to reiterate my sincere thanks to our staff, to the LAAA, to the stakeholders for the tremendous amount of work that went into this plan and ensuring that we have a plan to keep this airport here for the foreseeable future. I know at the last meeting, the equestrian folks were here as well, and I felt like saying then, but I'll say it now. The airport, to me, is just as much as a part of Langley's heritage and culture as the equestrian community. And so I think it's tremendous that we have something here that will keep it for the foreseeable future, for the long term. I think it's fantastic that we have now a plan, at least, or the start of a plan, to be able to pay for the very necessary things to keep this airport functional and to meet its potential. So again, really appreciate the hard work that went into it, appreciate the chance to be on the task force, and thankful to everyone involved.
Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, I wanted to thank also staff and members of the task force for the work they've done. I also agree with Councillor Pratt that it is as much a part of our heritage as any other thing in our community. And it does actually pose a commercial core as well as a potential safety core for if a tragedy was indeed to happen, or a need for aircraft to land or other uses. It is certainly an important and viable force to our community. And thank you. And I wanted to make those comments.
Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I just want to say as part of that task force, when I went to that first meeting at the airport, things were a little different then than they are now. It was a little hot in that meeting, and I'm really glad to hear that the LAAA are supporting and have also had a very significant say and formation on this one. So well done to both staff and the LAAA on cooperating and making this very important resource have a future, because it was looking a little while ago, it was looking pretty bleak.
I also appreciate all the work that's been done in regards to the strategic plan, some of the specifics, and the task force members as well, Jeff and others. It was a good process. It took a little bit longer than, as all things do, than we would like sometimes. But I think we look at the report and the quality of it speaks for itself that the airport now has a plan. And I think I could find the odd item in there that I don't agree with, and we could go around in circles on making it perfect. But I think that'll be up to future councils as much as this one. I certainly don't support the development of ALR land on the east side, and I've heard from others that they don't as well. And so I think there's always going to be some elements of the plan that are going to be left to the future. But right now, I think focused on the present, I think is pretty important. And in the short term, the 5-year plan that are in there in terms of some other studies to be done, economic impact and marketing and other reviews, solving the issue of making sure that there's continued benefit and incentive and certainty on investing at the airport is also critically important. I believe that will be addressed here coming up in the next month or so. It's great to see this process proceeding with a new modern bylaw for the airport operations, largely consistent with some of the policies. Now that's going through a bylaw process. So I think that there's a number of benefits here that the airport has seen some great attention and a great new plan, I think, for the future, more for future councils than for this one here in the next year or so. So again, I appreciate everybody's contribution and feedback, and I did appreciate the commentary that the public input around the user groups at the airport was extensive and was significant, and that led, I think, to a stronger result. So again, I appreciate everybody who participated in the process for the strategic plan. So that, I'll call a question on E1. That carries unanimously. Item E2, pedestrian and active safety within the Salmon River uplands. That is also back on the floor, moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Pratt. If there's no discussion, I'll be moving. Oh, Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify with staff that if this motion is passed, we're looking at $25,000 for immediate short-term road safety improvements, including rumble strips on 56th Ave curves and a pedestrian interval at the 248th Street and 56th Avenue traffic light. Is that correct?
Mr. Cooter?
To your worship, to Councillor Richter, that would be a part of the 2026 to 2030 financial plan, but the funds, that $25,000 would be contributed towards in the event it is approved during the budget process for short-term safety improvements.
Okay, so how soon would the $25,000 be spent on the immediate priorities?
In the event council endorses that and it's part of the 2026 budget process.
So those improvements would be made then in 2026?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
With that, I'm going to move referral of E2 to the 2026 budget process. Seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Is there any discussion on that referral? Seeing none, call the question on the referral of E2. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Item E3, Ms. Bauer, consistent on this project, I'll be declaring a conflict of interest as per legal advice, and Mayor Pratt, Acting Mayor Pratt will be taking over for this item. And Acting Mayor Pratt, maybe you could just call a 5-minute recess at the conclusion of this item? All right, thank you.
All right, item E3 is the Fort Langley Community Park. There are two recommendations in the motion. A mover, Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Rint. Any discussion? Councillor Bailey.
There we go. Yeah, just at the appropriate time, I have an amendment to put forward.
Okay, I got two more speakers. We'll come back. Councillor Martins.
Thank you. Yeah, some questions if I can through the chair and staff. Just wondering about a proposed timeline for a project like this. I'm just considering that there's events who rely on the park, who might be already planning and in the pipeline. When could we anticipate changes happening?
Through your worship to Councillor Martins, right now staff is recommending that we proceed with the preliminary design and costing. So in the event the design is concluded and there's a cost estimate for council to consider at that time, in the event the project is funded, then construction would ensue. So the estimation would be, in the event we're giving direction, we may include this in the 2026 budget process. If design is completed and there's a costing estimated, then we would anticipate shortly once construction funding is available.
Thank you. Another question I have, and I'm not sure if it can be added to this or if I need to move an amendment. I know the spray park is not part of the changes being proposed. My understanding is from community members that it's not working terribly well, and I'm wondering if that can be looked at or if that's a separate item. Also, feedback from the community with regards to the spray park. There's no benches for people to sit on when they're perhaps watching or supervising their toddlers in the spray park right beside it. They have been told they could go over to other park benches or bring in their own chairs, but I'm just wondering if there's opportunity to throw some benches in around the spray park for their use and enjoyment. Just wondering how that works.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Cooner or Ms. Bauer, you might have to help me with this, but could that possibly be addressed in a subsequent motion after we deal with the current clauses in E3?
That is correct. It can be addressed through an associated motion.
Okay. So once we handle these two, or I guess the one E3, we can come back for an associated motion.
Thank you. Okay, and my final one, and this might be an amendment or an associated motion, is the public input. So I did read through the report, and great to see that the Kwantlen First Nations were consulted, and I understand there was youth input into what they would like to see, but I'm not seeing general input from the community, and just wanting to ensure that we get this right, and before we get too far down the road here with the design concept, if this is hitting the mark or not. Is there already in this process public input embedded that we will see later on at a further stage, or is that something I need to make a motion to request?
Dear Worship to Councillor Martins, public consultation would still be ongoing through the process, and our staff's understanding is that was also, there's opportunities as well for the public to comment on in relation to the designs as well.
Okay, when you say public consultations ongoing, is there something already open? Is there a survey or a capacity for residents to weigh in with their feedback?
Dear Worship to Councillor Martins, the interpretation of that would be, in the event council gives us direction, the consultation will still continue on when we're proceeding towards preliminary design, unless there's specific directions given otherwise from council.
Okay. Generally with projects like this, then, I guess this is my final question, at what stage in this process do we typically do a public input opportunity, maybe with some signboards up so people can look at renderings of what it is we're envisioning? When does that typically happen? Is it after the design is already created?
Through your worship to Councillor Martins, it can vary and be on a case-by-case basis depending on the project, the priority, and whether there's any sensitivities behind it. So it could be at a preliminary, prior to even designs occurring, could be during the design phase, could be once a design phase is concluded, or it could be for the entire process itself. Obviously, the intent is to ensure that there's much feedback provided from the public, and then advising council, and then council can direct staff in one direction or the other. It obviously has to be prior to any construction occurring.
Thank you. Okay, and I know you have other speakers, so I will have a motion as well after.
Okay. And I guess as a follow-up question from that to yourself, Mr. Cooner, a PIM would be sort of the public consultation that it sounds like Councillor Martins is discussing. Is that going to require direct direction from council, or will that be assumed as part of the direction if we approve what's currently in the motion here?
A specific, a public information meeting would be a specific public consultation process that would require direction, rather than it being on the website, ads, and then public can provide feedback generally. But a specific open house public information meeting, we would require direction from council on that one.
Okay, thank you. Next speaker, Councillor Richter.
Yes, thank you very much. Given that we've had a delegation this afternoon about pickleball concerns, and given that the pickleball used to occur on the tennis courts, which are on the Langley Fine Arts School property, have there been any discussions between staff, our staff and school board staff, about the potential to relocate the tennis courts to a different part of the school property in order to minimize noise caused by pickleball?
Through your worship to Councillor Richter, staff can definitely have further discussions with school district in relation to the Langley Fine Arts School and the location of the racket courts, whether we're upgrading the fields or any expansion, as those are located on school district property.
Yeah, but we maintain them, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So did we build them or did the school build them?
I believe our understanding is this was done several years ago. It was a joint operation, where our joint development with the school district's involvement.
Okay. So I think we're hearing the pickleball concerns needed or options required. And I think that going to what Councillor Martin said, the need for a public input opportunity of some sort is going to be required, as well as dialogue with the school board. So, I mean, this draft plan on our property basically includes nothing related to pickleball or tennis courts or anything of that nature. So that's a concern that I have. If we're going to have more public input on this, I think I could let this go for now, on the understanding that council would get more feedback from the public as the plan progresses. Now, is that something we need a motion for?
To your worship to Councillor Richter, some of the items that were discussed earlier and the potential of associated motions may cover that item, but and those discussions can occur. I know there has been preliminary discussions with the school district. May not have been specifically for racket courts, so we can take that under advisement and have those further discussions with the school district as well in relation to the racket courts. But it is also contingent on what the associated motions may be forthcoming, so that may be covered under those as well.
Okay. The second question that I had was with regards to the statement of clearings within and around the forested areas. Now, what exactly does this mean? Are trees going to be cut? And if there are trees that are going to be cut in this area, how many trees and how big are they?
If I may, Councillor Richter, are we talking about the clearings that already exist?
Well, it says here, I'm just wondering, does this mean that we're going to be clearing trees in this plan?
It's just within existing clearings.
Yeah, I'm seeing the head shakes.
It's within existing clearings, so we're not taking any trees out.
Your worship to Councillor Richter, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
That's it, Councillor?
That's it. Thank you.
So going back to seeing no other speakers, Councillor Bailey, is yours an amendment or an associated motion?
Amendment.
Amendment? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and it, Ms. Bauer, if you could put it up there, it's been distributed to all the councillors. And the amendment is on the second part to put the words including the parkour gym, playground, and accessible pathways within the 2026 budget envelope.
So moved, seconded, Councillor Rint. Go ahead.
Yeah, the reason I'm doing this is it'll speed up a portion that I see can be done without affecting any tree clearing or anything like that, and it will affect the ability to move this forward faster, putting it into the budget envelope in 2026.
Thank you. I'm just clearing the queue. So any discussion on the amendment? Councillor Martins.
Thank you. If I can, a question for the mover. So you're foregoing some of the other amenities that are proposed in the draft plan. Is that what your intention is?
No. Give me a second. There you go.
What it does is it speeds up the process for the ones that are easily adaptable. The other ones are a little more involved from what I understand. So it's just to get this thing moving a little bit faster and get these three ones, especially the accessible pathways, moving ahead faster.
Okay, so if I'm understanding then, this preliminary design is only including these items, is what you're suggesting, and then we can circle back somewhere down the road and look at the other potential amenities for the park?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on the amendment. And Ms. Bauer, it's been a week, or it's been 2 weeks. Just want to make sure, call vote. I'm not calling the vote on EU3, correct?
If you opened up the secondary speaker, there
Perfect.
you go. There you go, and now you call vote. That's right.
Excellent. We'll get there. I promise you the youngest member of council can figure out the technology. And the amendment carries unanimously. Is that it, Councillor Bailey?
Yep, that's right.
Okay. I had next Councillor Martins.
So thank you for putting that back up. So that is the motion before us. I'd like to move, and can I move another amendment?
I'll look to Mr. Cooner here.
Dear Worship, Councillor Martin, so the amendment has now carried. The main motion as amended is on the floor. And then if a further amendment is desirable or desired, then that you would move a further amendment to the main motion now.
Thank you. Okay, so then I'd like to move that a PIM, I think you referred to it as, Acting Mayor, that a PIM proceed before work is started or design. So just wondering if we could do a PIM first before we proceed with a preliminary design.
Will that be required as a associated motion, or is that acceptable as an amendment?
Where is she?
And I was wondering if we could get the, I've clicked every button I have in front of me and the normal screen has not come back up. So I'm just wondering if we could get the, thank you.
To your worship, it could be treated either or associated motion or amendment. With respect to an amendment, then staff would be looking at having it more specific. So you either would be amending one of the resolutions before us or adding a further resolution specifically stating that. We could do that through an amendment or subsequently once the main motion is carried, then it could be an associated motion that prior to preliminary design and costing for consideration that a public information meeting, a PIM, be conducted.
Does staff have a preference?
Either or could work.
So Councillor Martins, by the sounds of it, probably the best way to move forward would be as an additional, so amend this motion to include an additional clause that calls for specific public engagement.
Yeah, so it really doesn't matter to me. I thank you for asking staff because I was hoping they would, you would let me know what works better for you. So I can do it as an associated motion that a public, I just want to ensure that I'm using the right terminology, a PIM, public information meeting occur prior to the design phase.
That sounds like it could be an amendment to add a third clause. Is that, and I guess the second question I would have is, based on Councillor Bailey's amendment pre-approving these design aspects in the 2026 budget, is having a PIM going to delay or affect the implementation of the actual park design and construction?
It would, to your worship, it would depend on the intent, whether the PIM is supposed to occur prior to design and costing this, and then staff would try to conduct that and have that a part of the design, be a part of the process for 2026 budget, or whether it's to take into consideration that amendment, playgrounds and pathways, and ensure that public information meetings are done, and that's a higher priority, and that's going to be included in part of the design for the budget for 2026.
And also recognizing that we don't typically want to do too much public engagement over the summer months when people might not be available for this. The parents might be taking their kids elsewhere. Should we, if we're looking at a PIM, if we have it in the early fall, how will that affect the actual implementation of the project itself? Will it negatively impact it?
I believe there's still an opportunity to have sufficient time to still include the feedback to council and incorporate it potentially in the preliminary design and costing for 2026.
Okay, so in terms of wording of the motion, then that council directs staff to hold a public information meeting prior to, and I defer to Councillor Martins and to yourself for sort of timing and the proper wording.
We can have it contingent on prior to the preliminary design and costing and considering it for the 2026 budget.
Councillor Martins, if that gets read back to us and we fully are aware of what we're voting on, does that sound amenable?
It does. I just think it's really important that we hear from the community and get things right before we go charging ahead. So, yeah.
And then the intent, just for clarification purpose, would be that, and I just want to outline it now, would be if staff is directed to do that, there would be public information meetings, more oriented towards the general public of the Fort Langley area, and that feedback would be provided for council through a memo, and then also staff would try to work on the preliminary design and costing and potentially take it into consideration once the memo is provided to council, and then it would be then we would proceed with the 2026 budget envelope and a request. I think this would be considered pre-approval in any event, so we would proceed 2026.
Thank you. That's really incredible mind reading. Sounds exactly spot on. Yes.
I heard in that meetings, I believe the motion calls for one public information meeting. Is that correct?
We can have meetings, whatever works better for staff.
Generally, PIMs we would consider one meeting if required. Or if directions given, there can be more than one PIM.
Thank you. So, Ms. Bauer, would it be possible to have the motion that's taken some winding roads to get to read back to us?
Keep it as simple as possible. The one question I have, is it a meetings or meeting? That was...
Yeah, I think a meeting would be great.
Okay, thank you. So the motion is to include a public input meeting prior to preliminary design costing. It begins, yeah.
Okay. Moved by...
Yes, I will move that.
Moved by Councillor Martins. Is there a seconder?
That's in the original.
Seconded by Councillor Richter. Clear the queue. Any discussion on the amendment? Councillor Richter.
I would just want to thank Councillor Martins for bringing this forward. Fort Langley is very, very passionate about their community, and I think any opportunity we can have to make sure we're doing what the community wants will be time well invested. So thank you very much, Councillor Martins. I'm very happy to support this amendment.
Next speaker is Councillor Ferguson.
Look, I'm not confused. I just want to make absolutely sure, if I may, through the chair, the existing motion, the existing draft plan for the Fort Langley Community Park, and it's as moved and currently amended, and then we're also working on, are we not having a pin prior to that, or are pins existing regardless? That's going back to the initial motion.
To your worship, to Councillor Ferguson, without the amendments, there would be no public input meeting.
Because we've, if I may, I don't want to put words in your mouth, because we've already done the necessary requirements, looking at, I mean, people don't come up with a name like a parkour gym without consultation with people within the parkour community, and also other things that we've been working on for years in Fort. I'm just trying to clarify that, if I may.
To your worship, to Councillor Ferguson, as a part of the draft plan and the process, there has been consultation with School District 35, the Kwantlen First Nations, and several key stakeholders and user groups in relation to this Fort Langley Community Park plan, and those discussions have been ongoing.
I mean, I guess, I mean, I understand the intention of this motion, but if that's already happened and we want to build this park, we want to get going. The last thing we want, I've seen this happen before in my short career, is waiting for things to happen based on summer schedules and other schedules of the school and other things. And if enough things being done, the last thing I want is a delay of a year or so to get an important park done. Those are my comments.
Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, so I recall when we went from a swimming pool to a spray park, and that wasn't well received by the community. So I think in this situation, I can't remember exactly when we had the public engagement. I'm sure that there probably was public engagement. And parkour is probably wonderful, but let's just make sure that we're doing the right thing there so that we don't get that same feedback, because it's probably been a couple of years.
Thank you.
Councillor Martins.
I would just, a final comment on that. I think it's more important that we get it right than doing it as fast as we can. I don't want to have the community to be upset. I don't want to have regrets on our decision making. And I think when we're talking about a matter of months, I think it's prudent to do so, to do our job right.
Councillor Richter.
Okay. We can't do an amendment to an amendment, but can we do a friendly amendment to amendment if the mover and the seconder will accept a friendly amendment?
Dear worship, Councillor Richter, it procedurally would not be feasible to do that. So it would be once the amendment is either carried or defeated, then subsequently another amendment can be proposed.
Okay. So could the clerk please read back what we're voting on?
A public information meeting be held prior to the preliminary design and costing, and there was one more word. Oh, before. Yeah, it's before.
Okay.
Yeah, seeing no other speakers, obviously public engagement is always something that we want, especially on a project of this magnitude. Mr. Cooner, I see you're in consultation, but based on your comments, should there not be a in-person PIM? Will there still be public engagement on the design of the park, whether through online surveys or through newsletters or other methods?
To your worship, staff will have those still. Public can still send in correspondence in relation to the Fort Langley community park, and then that could be either done to staff or to council directly. But however, there is still an endorsement of the draft plan itself that's being that's before council today. So the draft plan and its recommended features, generally speaking, will be endorsed, and then if council of public does provide feedback, the mechanism that wouldn't be there to provide a further update in relation to a memo to council unless directed otherwise, advising council of the public feedback.
Yeah, thank you. And when I look at the design that's in front of us, the uses that are proposed are pretty consistent with the space that's available. So obviously with the delegation today regarding pickleball, it would be fantastic if we were able to find a space for, say, pickleball courts in the design. However, when I look at it, it seems as though it would either require the cutting down of pretty significant trees, which I don't think anybody would want, or taking over space from community gardens, or taking over space from baseball diamonds or soccer fields that are heavily used by a couple different user groups. So in terms of the types of uses that might be alternatively placed here, I don't see too many other options. The core park seems to have come from consultation with the stakeholders, with user groups. And in regards to the spray park, I think that that is definitely something that we can look at moving forward if we hear enough public feedback ongoing that it needs to be reworked. So I personally am comfortable with the amount of public engagement that we're going to have on this project, and I look forward to seeing it implemented. And with that, I will call the question on the amendment in a moment. And that is defeated on a tie vote. For some reason, it says on this, Councillor or Mayor Woodward in favor.
Mayor Woodward's not here.
So
My apologies, I switched the voting, but I didn't mark him as absent, so he did not vote.
So the correct vote count is 4-3. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are back to the original motion, amended with Councillor Bailey's amendment. I have Councillor Richter on the main motion, and I believe this is your second time.
Well, I'd like to propose a second amendment that staff hold a PIM prior to the 2026 budget process.
I believe, and Mr. Cooner, if I can confirm through you, that is too close in the intent of the prior motion that was just defeated to actually stand.
Well, if that's the case, then I'd like to know if we're really going to start the 2026 budget process by October.
Dear Worship, to Councillor Richter, the budget process is ongoing. Departments do forecasting, and certain pre-approvals are included. And that is ongoing all the way up until basically the budget is presented, whether it's in January or prior to 2026 and council's considering it.
Okay, well, I think what the issue is that we should hold a PIM on this plan or whatever the recommendation is here today, prior to finalizing the 2026 budget. And I think the only thing that was missing in the prior motion was the time frame. So if we say we're going to hold a PIM prior to the 2026 budget process, I think that solves the problem.
If I may, through me to staff, the wording of the last motion that was defeated at the end there, I believe it was the word before, and that would imply before the 2026 budget process. Is that correct?
It's not implied.
During discussion and debate, the understanding was that the preliminary, it would be prior to the design and costing, and the resolution itself states that staff to proceed with preliminary design and costing for consideration, including the playground, et cetera, with the 2026 budget envelope. So staff's interpretation of that would be that it would be prior to the 2026 budget process because the preliminary design and costing are being included in that with that amendment.
Okay, so this motion, if it's seconded and goes forward and is defeated, then there is no PIM, period.
That is correct.
That is correct, okay. So I've made the motion.
Well, at risk of, I don't know if, has any acting mayor had their chair challenged? I don't want to set any historic precedent here today, so I'll entertain a seconder for the motion, seconded by Councillor Martins, unless, and I'm looking to staff here, unless that is procedurally incorrect.
As you are the chair, you deem whether the motion is valid or not at this time. So if you're taking a seconder for it, you've deemed it valid.
Okay.
Or you can not take the seconder, and then the councillor would be able to challenge the chair on it.
If I don't take the seconder, is that correct?
Seconder,
right.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I believe I've already taken the seconder. We'll go with it. So I'll open the secondary motion again. So the amendment, could you read it back to us, please, Ms. Bauer? Could have made history. That's too bad.
The public information meeting be held prior to the 2026 through 2030 budget.
No, I just said 2026 budget.
Okay, thank you. Budget envelope.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on that amendment? Councillor Martins.
Thank you. I think I'm a little confused, so I would appreciate some clarification from staff. You suggested that stakeholder groups have already been consulted, and that's why this isn't necessary. Could we break it down? You mentioned SD35, you mentioned Kwantlen. What other stakeholders have been brought to the table on this discussion?
Your acting worship. As referenced in the report, this goes back a long ways, I think to 2021, maybe even a little bit before. And so there have been multiple consultation sessions and feedback that have been provided back to council. The most recent motion based on that more general consultation that was held was to obtain some specific feedback from youth and the school district. So that's why this report now coming back today focuses just on those two consultation groups primarily. But prior to the last council consideration of what to do here in the park, there was more general feedback held as well. We've also, Fort Langley's a small place and we have a lot of open houses, so we also gain feedback through other ones. We've been doing waterfront feedback, for example, and as part of that it's been a little bit more general in terms of the overall community and what should the balance be and where would things be located. So a fair amount of general feedback. And I guess the only other, I'll add two quick things while I'm speaking. One is that just through our general process of going through the budget, staff do present and make available any plans or projects that are going ahead, and the public would see those. And then there's usually an opportunity through our actual budget open houses or public online feedback to review those as well. So there's those opportunities. And I do just want to mention, because there's a lot of discussion about the spray park, it is a little bit underwhelming currently because it's actually not at its capacity. There's a project going on just out on the street, and I'm not sure with my engineering colleague for its exact status, but that's going on. Once that project is complete, then the spray park will be able to operate at its full capacity and hopefully will be enjoyed a little bit more by all.
Great, thank you. Okay, so there has been general input is what I'm hearing, but it was a few years ago. So I guess with that in mind, people come and go, people move in the neighborhood, people move out. I think it's beneficial to have a PIM on this. Like I said, I'd rather get it right So that's why I support Councillor Richter's motion to do a PIM. And it was, you said before, I just want to make sure I get this right, before the 2026 budget process? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, change a couple of words around. It's the same motion as the last time. I really don't think it should have gone ahead, and I'm actually pretty disappointed that this kind of tactic is being used, so I am going to vote exactly the same way as I did last time. It's the same motion.
Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that everybody in this room knows a duck's a duck. If it's raining outside, it's raining outside. It's I do take exception to the fact that the staff member had indicated there's a number of information sessions with the public, and that we haven't heard anything from the public regarding this park in over 2 years. I take exception to that. There's been a lot of consultation, so I think it's time to vote on it, but I do caution council to show a little bit more respect accordingly.
Seeing no other speakers, I will call the vote on the amendment. And that is defeated with Councillors Rint, Councillor Pratt, Councillor Bailey, and Councillor Ferguson opposed. Back to the main motion as amended. Councillor Martins.
Yes, thank you, Acting Mayor. So I just have an outstanding associated motion. So do we dispose of the current motion and then I bring that one forward?
So we are back onto the main motion as amended by Councillor Bailey, and I believe this is the second time. So if there's any more associated motions, hopefully we'll cover them all off this time. So go ahead.
No, this isn't the second time. The last was an amendment. That's what I'm saying. I now have an associated motion, and I'm just wondering if we wait for the main motion to
Main motion's back on the table. So,
sorry, just to jump in here. So the main motion as amended is on the table. In the event there's an associated motion, then the main motion as amended would need to be either carried or defeated. Then we can move forward onto the associated motion.
Right. Thank you. So we will come back to you, Councillor Martins. Okay. Seeing no other discussion, call the question on E3 as amended. And that is carried with Councillor Richter opposed. Councillor Martins.
Thank you. So my associated motion is really brief. I just want to thank staff for the update on the spray park, that we can anticipate better water function there. So my associated motion is to add a couple of benches to the spray park. I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Councillor Kunst.
Just a quick point of clarification here. Add benches to the preliminary design and costing, or actually add benches physically now as?
Yeah, I just add them for this season, because the spray park is not part of the plan, is my understanding. It's outside of the scope of this design.
If I'm not mistaken, we would need a funding source.
That is correct.
Okay. From council contingency. I don't know. If we're talking 2 benches, I'm not sure what the cost would be. It's a pretty basic ask.
It would still require a funding source, so potentially the wording of the motion could be a council request a report from staff on potential costs and funding sources to add benches to the Fort Langley Community Spray Park.
That is an option council can consider, or in the event council would like to fund them immediately, that would require a funding source. Whether the funding source is council contingency, staff can look at the rough estimated cost associated with those benches, and I believe it's maybe approximately 15 to 20,000.
Okay.
So we would still need to know for sure what we have in council contingency. So with a vote today, moving ahead forward with them, can we go forward with the understanding that if there's enough, they be built, and if there's not, we'll hear back?
Could I weigh in? Is that possible?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah. So you're asking me, honestly, I'm looking for 2 benches to be installed at the water park. It's outside of the scope of the new design. I don't really think it's necessary for a report back from staff. That seems pretty exceptional considering the ask. But I would appreciate hearing, if I may, through the chair from CAO, if there is a suitable funding source. This item was brought to my attention when speaking with residents about the park, so I just wanted to highlight it. I could come back with a motion at a later date if absolutely necessary.
To your worship, Council Martin, as highlighted, council can always use council contingency as a funding source. My understanding is there is sufficient funds available in council contingency to potentially cover the 2 benches. I'm just going to look to my colleague here just to see what the outstanding amount is from council contingency.
Currently, we have 67,500.
So there's no other funding options available other than council contingency for these 2 benches?
Your worship, Councillor Martin, at this time we would have to do a review and see what funding sources may be applicable and what may be associated for this specific item. So then that would have to be a report essentially, and then we would review other funding sources. But the always immediate funding source council can always use is council contingency.
Can you be satisfied with the memo back?
The intent of memos usually are to give updates to council, not give options. If the intent is to give an option saying in order to fund these benches, here are the funding sources available, that would essentially be a report to council. So staff would encourage it being a report rather than the memo, because the memo usually are not action items, they're just updates to council.
So with these benches, seeing as they are a capital cost, typically council contingency, as far as I'm aware, we've typically used it to cover things like grants or non-capital related issue or items, unless they're below a certain amount. The number that I think you referenced, 20,000 for a couple of benches, is that correct?
Approximately, 15 to 20 could be less, but that's the approximate figure until we kind of have a better understanding. And council contingency, it depends on a case-by-case basis. Council has unfettered discretion on how they use council contingency, but historically there has been some uses of it for grants, or even in some circumstances there is some capital uses as well.
Yeah, so I personally would rather see a report from staff detailing where we can possibly fund this from outside of council to contingency, since it is a capital project. We could probably get that pretty expeditiously, but with that was a motion but without a seconder. Is that correct?
Okay.
So we've had a whole bunch of discussion without a seconder. I just realized that's probably why.
At this, it was seconded by Councillor Kuntz.
It was? Okay, great.
Yes.
Good.
So at this time, it is a motion to spend for council contingency.
Okay, thank you.
Can I?
Yep.
Sorry. Is it okay if I speak? I'm just wondering, can I amend it then in light of what I heard? Can I amend my own motion? No?
I'm seeing I'm seeing a nod from.
Once the motion is on the floor, any councillor, it is a council motion, so any councillor can amend.
Okay.
So I have 2 other first-time speakers.
No, that's fine.
And then I'll come back to you for the amendment. Okay. Councillor Ferguson.
Oh, yeah, I'm just trying to, that was my first question, the funding. So, and I'm not opposed necessarily to benches. I mean, it's a good idea to have them anyway. My suggestion to Councillor Martins is the fact that perhaps she could put with her amendment here, or suggested change to it, asked for, it to be referred back, and she can come back with, working with staff with a funding envelope. And I'm sure many exist, and I'm thinking of a couple right now, but I don't want to suggest in case I'm wrong. And I think there are other avenues, as I say, so that might be a benefit to come forward. That way you get it done, because the first thing somebody asks for regarding a amendment is money, especially capital things. That's my suggestion.
Councillor Kunst.
No, we have to carry on. I'm going to not speak.
Councillor Martins. Your amendment.
Okay, so I mean, it's on the floor. We have to carry on. I appreciate Councillor Ferguson's words, though. I mean, sure. I didn't realize 2 benches would be 20,000 plus. Those are going to be really nice benches. So I don't know, if there's a way to dispense of it, and I'll work with staff and bring something back at another time.
Ms. Bauer?
Could I suggest that you just refer it to staff to provide potential funding sources and options?
Yes.
Thank you.
So that's been, the referral to staff has been moved by Councilor Martin, seconded by Councilor Ferguson. Any discussion on, that's not the screen I want to see. Nope, do not shut down.
You're supposed to be techie.
I see the latency being a problem here now. No, we got it. Okay. No discussion on the referral? Seeing none, call the question on the referral.
Come on, baby. See a lot of green. Yeah, I got a green.
And that carries unanimously. So now we are done. The mayor has had an extensive break, but for the rest of us, it's 3:25. We'll reconvene at 3:30.
Okay, so we'll get back underway. Item E4, secondary suites and lock-off units. I'll move it. Seconded by Councillor Rent. Is there any discussion? Councillor Richter.
Yes, I was wondering if staff could explain what qualifies for a lock-off unit in an apartment building, because aren't all apartment buildings lock-off units?
Mr. Cooner?
Your worship, to Councillor Richter, not necessarily. The definition of a lock-off unit essentially is an extension of a principal dwelling through a connecting door. So you would have, and there's certain requirements here in relation to the size as well.
Okay, so the language of the motion says ground-oriented housing types and lock-off units in apartment buildings. So are you meaning like condominium buildings as opposed to apartment buildings? So condominium buildings could have apartment units in it? Like, I don't understand why it says apartment buildings.
To your worship, to Councillor Richter, the condominiums would be included under apartment buildings.
Okay, so, but I don't know, it just seems to me that the language in the motion is somewhat redundant, because condominiums are individual lock-off units, as are apartments in apartment buildings.
Yeah, no, I think the motion is correct. These are lock-off units in apartment buildings, and we have to update the zoning bylaw to permit them.
Okay, but what would be an example of a lock-off unit in an apartment building?
I mean,
that's all I'm asking.
Examples were provided in the report.
Just for clarification, an apartment unit is one unit that's legal and stratified. This would allow another unit within the unit, but it's not its own separate legal parcel or identification. It's a extension of existing principal dwelling, which would be that first apartment unit through a connecting door.
So does that mean that a condominium could now be subdivided into 2 condominiums? Is that what this is going to permit?
No. It would allow an apartment building to have a lock-off unit. The unit itself is not a principal dwelling or legally registered. It cannot be sold independently.
Okay, well, you're bringing okay, I guess you're bringing a bylaw forward. I'll wait and see what the bylaw says then. Okay.
The bylaw amendment was also provided in the report.
Yep,
Yeah.
okay.
Councillor-
I would ask questions if I didn't have them.
Well, it's the bylaw amendment, though, was provided to council. So, Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And I just wanted to thank staff for the great report. I'm looking forward to it. This is a badly needed form of housing that I think will provide a lot of opportunity for people to get into the housing market and provide that sort of mortgage helper income as well as more rental units. So really excited to see this kind of housing being provided in the township.
Yeah, Mr. Cooner, and why was this not just advanced as a bylaw versus the interim step of directing staff to bring it forward?
To your worship, but the intent here was just to have council consider the draft bylaw. If there's any further direction that may be incorporated, it would be appropriate potentially to do it now rather than have the bylaw presented in amendments. So therefore, we thought this would be a better process just for council's consideration.
And does it also mean that you don't have to repeat the notification period if there's amendments made? If it goes back, it gets referred back. So for example, you don't have to do notification, you don't have to go through the process of a bylaw. Council's had a chance to look at the bylaw prior to seeing it move forward through the bylaw notification process.
It would create more efficiencies in relation to either notifications or amendments, as they would then be appropriate for us to bring all 3 readings forward for council's consideration, incorporating potentially any further suggestions made by councils or other considerations.
And so with a significant amendment to the zoning bylaw like this, council has the chance to look at it in multiple steps.
That is correct.
Yeah, that's great. So I appreciate that process. I also appreciate the reforms in general. Lock-offs, I think, are a good addition. They're permitted elsewhere. Secondary suites and other forms of housing besides single family has also been permitted in the BC Building Code for quite some time. Is that true, Mr. Cooner?
That is correct.
Yeah. So typically we've seen restrictive covenant conditions as part of townhouse developments restricting secondary suites, and now those would presumably go away. What happens to those restrictive covenants if this is adopted?
It would depend on a case-by-case basis what the terms were put in the restrictive covenant, but generally speaking, in the event there was any restrictions, that covenant would be redundant or actually moot is the correct word to use.
But one concern would be the provision of additional parking. So if older configurations of townhouse developments, they would have to meet the parking requirements within this amendment in order to be permitted to have a secondary suite, in order to have the restrictive covenant removed, because we have one on today's agenda even.
Yeah, so the restrictive covenant, I can go in further detail. The intent is if it complies with the zoning bylaw itself, then therefore that restrictive covenant would be moot. But if it's not complying with the zoning bylaw, whether it doesn't meet the parking requirements, for example, on the lock-off unit, whether it's 0.5 parking requirement, if it doesn't meet that, therefore it's not complying with the zoning bylaw, and that restrictive covenant technically would still be legally permissible.
Are we going to continue to see restrictive covenant conditions for those townhouse developments that don't meet the parking requirements for secondary suites? Maybe Mr. Richardson could handle that one.
Yeah.
To your worship, should council adopt the amendments that Mr. Cooner's outlined, we would take that as companion. We'd include that in the report probably coming back to council, outlining that and those implementation pieces. And as Mr. Cooner has outlined, that would necessarily become redundant. So it'd be a zoning bylaw provision. If they could, I guess, come in and meet those requirements, the RCs wouldn't be needed, and they just simply comply with the zoning bylaw.
I think that's an important portion that's not, it's not in the resolution, it's in the report, it's in the bylaw amendments, that there's a significant addition of parking requirements in order to be able to create these.
That is correct.
Yeah, and I think that's an important component. Councillor Richter?
Yeah, one last question. How many lock-off units per property are going to be permitted? Because, for example, I believe in single-family units, you can have one. So is this going to allow like 2 or 3 or 4? And also in apartments, how many lock-off units could you have?
Mr. Cooner, correct me if I'm wrong, but to answer that question, I did not see a restriction on the quantity per application for either of these options. Is that correct?
Per an application, no. Per unit, yes. So if this is, for example, a principal apartment dwelling unit may not have more than one lock-off unit, and a lock-off unit may not be stratified or sold separately, as I stated before, from its principal dwelling. So per unit, yes, but generally speaking, for a development application that's coming with apartment dwellings, there's no restriction.
So what about like a single-family home? Because we are restricted now, I believe, to one single-family suite, right? Or one suite per single-family home, owner-occupied.
I believe those have gone away, Mr. Cooner, with the updates for SMUs.
That is correct, and the intent there is not to really change any items in the definitions or zoning bylaw for single-family. It's mostly for townhouses, so townhouses, now each principal dwelling unit now may include up to 1 secondary suites for townhouses.
Okay, thank you.
That call the question on E4. That carries unanimously. Item E5, capital request 208 Street Roadworks 81 to 84 Avenue. I will move the recommendation, seconded by Councillor Rent. Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I'm just wondering why this needs to be pre-approved now.
Mr. Cooner.
Through your worship to Councillor Richter, as highlighted in the report, the design is at 90% completion. Therefore, staff are recommending that we pre-approve it for the 2026 budget. And so there ensures a timely delivery of construction and ensures that phase 4 of the 208 Street construction project is delivered in a timely fashion.
Okay, thank you.
And Ms. Bauer, can you please bring up the referral motion for E5? So I'll be moving referral. That report be referred back to staff for further consideration with the detailed design of additional road projects, including but not necessarily limited to the west side of 202A, north side of 72nd, and 202A as written here. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rint. Is there any discussion on the referral? Councillor Pratt.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, the last line, 80th Avenue from 197 to 200 Street, as opposed to 196.
Yeah, so 196 is largely covered by development on both sides. So 197 to 200 would be intended to cover that creek crossing, which won't be provided by development. Yep. All right, seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on the referral of E5. That carries unanimously. Item E6, telecommunications tower application report number 2579. Does anybody have any questions or discussion? And then we could look to a motion. Councillor Richter.
Yes. I know that we've had several communications on some of these applications. I'm thinking this is the one that we probably saw the most communications on. Is there an opportunity to send this application for a public input opportunity so that people can come and address council in person about it? It seems to me it's the height of it that's the problem.
Through your worship to Councillor Richter, it's a good question there. So currently we do have a telecommunication tower policy. So under the policy, we do have public notice and consultation. That does mimic the language within the federal government's requirement under the ISED. So that allows public consultation that is completed within 100 days period. And that is also subject to any other further written, further notice requirement from the proponent as well. Council could give direction to engage in further public consultation. However, we are recommending that council either object to the application or do not object. That's the recommendations we're bringing forward to council.
Okay, so are we allowed to move for a public input opportunity on this particular application? Is that a yes or a no? Because if it's yes, I'm going to move for deferral for a public input opportunity at an upcoming public hearing.
Yes, you can make that motion.
Then I will make that motion.
We'll come back to you if we have other first-time speakers, and then we'll look to motions. Nothing's been moved or seconded yet. Councillor Ferguson?
Yes, it's a question for both yourself and staff, if I may. We obviously have a policy in place, and the policy is always an evolving policy depending on what's happening, and I know depending on what the citizens are saying, and all location, heights, and impact of the community. Seeing A is, number one is to advise that we accept, and does not object. And number B is the fact that we advise that, we are objecting to it, but we're objecting to our policy, or are we objecting to something, this one specific site? And if so, are there ramifications thereof by the applicant coming back to us, if I may, through the chair?
Through your worship to Councillor Ferguson, you would be essentially objecting to the proposed 72-foot high telecommunication tower and accessory compound. So it's not the policy you're objecting to, it's the application itself. In the event council does go that route, hypothetically speaking, the next step would be that we would advise the Innovation, Science and Economic Development branch of Canada that would then receive that objection. However, they still have the final jurisdiction, theoretically speaking, that branch can still give approval if they so desire.
Yeah, and if I may, we have had correspondence and other things from the residents, phone calls, correspondence, emails, text messages, etc. I'm having a problem with this particular one, Mr. Mayor, so I just wanted to just make that comment, if I may.
If you wish, you could come back to you if there's no other persons to make a motion. You could move option B. Yeah, Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, I've had significant correspondence coming to me, And it just seems like this and some others, these telecommunication guys are not doing their work. You can go to a lot of other places where they try to accommodate the surrounding communities. You know, I've seen cell towers that look like trees, and other accommodations. I am not in favor of this, and I am in favor of B. And I think these guys building towers have got to do their work and work with the community and the surrounding properties a lot better than they're doing right now.
All right, so I'm going to go in the order on which we heard. So, Councillor Richter, do you wish to move a motion?
I think I'll wait and see if I need to. Depends on what's moved.
All right, so then we'll go to Councillor Ferguson.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move B, that council advise innovation, science, and economic development Canada that it adjusts to Cypress Land Services application to construct a 272 feet high telecommunication ancestry compound at 5319 Street.
Yeah, that's seconded by Councillor Bailey. Go ahead.
I know, no more to say.
No more to say. Mr. Cooner, if this is to go ahead, do you wish to have some additional rationale, even verbally? Or is that necessarily material to you?
To your worship, nothing from staff's perspective is a requirement. The rationale needs to be given in the event a council objects to the application.
Councillor Bailey, do you wish to add any more to your suggestion that they're not doing their work? Go ahead.
No, I just see this. I see the other one that's down on the flats there that is even more objectionable than this one. And I've seen a lot of cell towers that are accommodated and fit into the landscapes and not as objectionable to the surrounding people. And all the correspondence I've got is saying that no one likes this, and that's enough public input for me.
All right, seeing no other discussion, is there any other discussion on B? Seeing none, call the question on E6B. That carries unanimously. Move on to item E7, Agricultural Land Commission application number 100467. Does anybody wish to move that? Moved by Councillor Rent. Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion on E7? Seeing none, call the question on E7. That carries unanimously. Item E8, development permit application number 101471. I'll move it. Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion? Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, can you explain to me the relationship with the township and Edgar Equitable Housing Corporation? Because I did a little research. It looks like they're doing some BC builds with other communities. So I just wanted a little more information.
To your worship, Councillor Kunst, that's correct. They're a BC Builds partner through the BC Builds program. And they're the construction, I would characterize it, development management and construction partner with us with the society technically, and through the BC Builds program.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Pratt.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. I'm excited about this one. Obviously, having workforce housing in such close proximity to transit, to Highway 1, it's a great spot for it, and I'm looking forward to having it as part of the community.
Right, seeing no other discussion, call the question on E8. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Bylaws for first and second reading. Official community plan amendment, rezoning application number 100303, bylaw number 6135, 6136. Moved by Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there any discussion on F1? Seeing none, call the question on F1. That carries unanimously. Bylaws for first, second, and third reading. Rezoning application number 100783, bylaw number 6129. I'll move it. Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Worship. Through yourself to staff, a question specifically about the employment zone designation. With this being a rezoning application and a DP, assuming the township is not going to be should the township not be the eventual developer of industrial land, what rights or what sort of guidelines can the township provide in regards to what sort of industrial or employment businesses can open there. I've heard from the community. I know others on council have heard from the community about the interest in sort of really specifying or providing a bit more guideline to what can be actually opened in such close proximity to Horn Pit or Fernridge Park.
To your worship, to Councillor Pratt, so as the rezoning it specifically for the Brookswood Employment Zone is compliant with the employment land zone, that's our designation. Under that, we're proposing M14 industrial zone, or employment zone, sorry about that. And essentially the uses allowed under that zone is going to be public works yard, maintenance, retail, sales, accessory, restaurant, office, scientific or technical research, could be brewery or distillery, warehousing, storage facility. That would exclude bulk energy or storage facilities, or any bulk storage of any industrial chemicals or any other, that would be excluded.
So there is a lot of flexibility in terms of uses. And in terms of form and character, are there specific regulations for this designation, or are they similar to other M zones?
Through which, Councilor Pratt, the subject application, the subject properties Mr. Cooner's outlined, the zone reflects the uses that have been developed through the public consultation process and is adopted and amended by council. And the subject lands are in a development permit area, so council will have the opportunity to review that specific form and character should a development application come forward.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I'm just curious why this one's not going out for public hearing.
Mr. Cooner?
Your worship, to Councillor Richter, it's plan compliant, and we're not seeking a plan amendment. Therefore, there's no requirement of a public hearing under the Community Charter or Local Government Act.
So we don't have to have a public hearing on this?
That is correct. Pursuant to the Local Government Act and Community Charter, it's not required as it's plan compliant.
Can we have a public hearing on this?
Mr. Cooner, I believe we would have to be careful there. Given there's a housing component, I believe we would have to characterize it as a public input opportunity. And even there, Ms. Bauer, you had some concerns with that.
It would be difficult because we are unable to have public hearing style or public input opportunities on the residential component. We may have to look at going back and breaking it apart to have part of it residential so that we would not violate that, and another part of it under another zoning bylaw.
Or council, if it wants a public hearing, could take the position that no level of government will prevent us from consulting our community.
That would be up to council.
Great, I appreciate that. Councillor Richter, go ahead.
No, that's fine,
Okay.
thank you.
Councillor Ferguson?
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We've come a long way from Horn Pit here. So since we were a number of years ago, and I'm looking at the uses for anywhere from fire hall, municipal parks, employment land, sensitive environment area, and future special housing project, or some greenways and trails, of course. My question, if I may, through the chair, and I don't want to repeat what Councillor Pratt has already said, is future uses. If I may, through the chair, would that require development permits only, or complying with uses accordingly? Future uses, that is. So yourself or Mr. Richardson, I'm not sure.
Through your worship, to Councilor Ferguson, should council elect to adopt the bylaw, the aforementioned M14 zone would be in place, and prior to a building permit, a development permit would be required.
So if I may, thank you, that answers 90% of my question. You wouldn't have to go through the normal bylaws or rezoning processes?
Through your worship, that's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Bailey?
I'm looking at finding out if we can dictate it. I think it's what Councillor Pratt was getting at. If we can dictate what the employment lands that are directly facing south, looking at the nature park, if we have any ability to dictate a little more specifically what we could put in there. Is that possible, or is it a dream?
Through your worship, to Councillor Bailey, it would depend on the intent there. If it's for uses, zoning use, then the ability is not available for council, as this is the rezoning, and this would be the opportunity to potentially go down that route. If it's in relation to a development permit and form, sitting, or character, then there may be some opportunity for council to give, either add conditions or give direction.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking is because it would be nice if everything facing south fit into blending in with the nature park in there. I'm looking at smaller home scale businesses, nature, things that will fit in with it, and also like coffee shops and stuff, something that would make it a very unique situation where the two would blend.
Your worship to Councillor Bailey.
I'm getting some dirty looks, I know that.
There can be some discussions in the event with the proponent when the development permit is coming for council's consideration to look at, I'll characterize as configuration of the building and the sitting in the form and the character as well. And at the end of the day, until we have a fulsome detailed plan that at that time, then council can also weigh its options.
Okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no other discussion on G1, I do have a couple of amendments. Ms. Bauer, you could bring those up. And I'll be moving them separately, one with a slight change. Yeah. So I'll be moving them separately. So I'll be moving the first one, that development prerequisite 10 be amended to remove the community amenity contributions policy. I'll move that, seconded by Councillor Rint. Is there any discussion on that First Amendment? Councillor Richter.
Yeah, why are we removing it?
I believe, Mr. Cooner, it's coming up that amenity cost charges program is going to be potentially the vehicle for this.
That is correct.
Okay, Councillor Kunst.
So when would that immunity community contribution, when does that policy, is that legislation from the provincial government that we're waiting for, or is that already in place?
I believe, Mr. Cooner, we're waiting for staff to advance an amenity cost charge bylaw.
That is correct. The ACC bylaw will be coming forward for council's consideration. Currently, the community amenity contribution policy for Brookswood, or the policy itself, is applicable to all development applications.
Okay, so without something in place though, then we'll still be able to collect CACs or ACCs?
That is correct. If there's a ACC bylaw, then would be governing under that, but the community amenity contribution policy is still an existing policy. And it's applicable to this development application, hence however, this amendment being proposed would remove that applicability.
Do we know at what rate that will be at?
The ACC bylaw itself, staff are working with external consultants to determine rates and reviewing rates within the region and our existing CAC policy to determine what the rates will be.
Okay, thank you.
So CACs are transitioning to be collected at building permit through the ACC system, not during the rezoning process.
Okay.
And so this is basically recognizing that CAC council policy is becoming obsolete due to the ACC requirement of Bill 46.
Okay.
Yep. So that call a question on this First Amendment. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Ms. Bauer, if you could edit this, maybe I just had a few changes. So I don't want it to be confused that we're requesting a presentation, which we're not. So if you could edit this for me, that staff provide to council in whatever form they choose. You can edit that, and then at the end, when applicable, to do so. I'll move that. Seconded by Councillor Rint. Is there any discussion on that? Councillor Kunst.
Do we know how much is in that one? Are we talking about that one specific to Brookswood or no?
Mr. Cooner.
This would be the general community amenity contribution reserve.
Okay.
Great. Seeing no discussion, call the question on that amendment. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Now back to G1 as amended. Any other discussion? Councillor Kunst.
Yeah, sorry, it just occurred to me that with the ACCs then, if it were going down that, will we still have a Brookswood, Fern Ridge component to CC policy? Or ACC policy, where we did that in Aldergrove, where we took like 5% and it's kind of got specific to Aldergrove?
To your worship, Councillor Kuntz, I believe during the ACC bylaw process, we will be reviewing certain neighborhoods, and there probably is an intent to have the corresponding rates be associated with certain neighborhoods, whether it's Brookswood, whether it's Williams, whether it's Smith East. That would be the overall intent, but currently the CAC policy does have it specific to certain neighborhoods.
Okay, thanks.
Seeing no other discussion, call the question on G1 as amended. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Bylaws for first, second, and third reading. Fees and charges bylaw amendment, bylaw number 61306131. I'll move it. Seconded by Councillor Rint. Is there any discussion on G2? Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, it says to schedule the required public input opportunity. What type of public input opportunity, and why do we have it with this one but not the other one?
To your worship, to Councillor Richter, the first question, the type of public opportunity is going to be done by an ad in the paper and on our website. The intent is not to go to a public hearing, and the reason we're doing it for this one is Section 59 of the Community Charter does require municipalities to provide notice before adopting a licensing bylaw, so it's specifically required under the Community Charter.
So people will be writing in then? Is that the way it's going to work?
Potentially, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on G2. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. G3, local area service reserve transfer bylaw number 6137. I'll move it. Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there any discussion on G3? Councillor Richter.
Yeah, so is there going to be any money left in the Langley Local Area Reserve Fund once this transfer is completed?
To
your worship, to Councillor Richter, no.
No. So what happens to the reserve then? It just disappears?
To your worship, to Councillor Richter, no, the reserve still, local area service reserve will still be a reserve.
But how will money get into it in the future?
That could be through other local area service projects or contribution made through interest by the projects themselves as they move forward for local area servicing.
Okay, and the last question is, the report says we're going to have 500,000 put for projects and the other $2 million set aside for internal borrowing. So what internal borrowing will be paid for? Number one, or number A, and number B is, what is the 500,000 going to be used for in terms of projects?
Through your worship, to Councillor Richter, I'll step back and answer the question. Hopefully I can cover all three at once. The local area transfer reserve has 2.5 million in it. The 2.5 million is being transferred to capital projects reserve. Out of that 2.5 million, 5 million is immediately accessible for council to consider when it comes to any items under the capital projects reserve that require funding or council gives direction to. The $2 million is internally borrowed for specifically bylaw 6052 as we're awaiting permanent debt. Permanent debt is anticipated in a few months, I believe maybe fall 2025, or and that permanent debt, once in place, would then the internal borrowing will not be required, and there'll be additional excess of $2 million for the capital project reserve.
Okay, so can you remind me what bylaw 6052 was all about?
I just, off the top of my head, I believe that bylaw is in relation to land related to the Smith detention pond, I believe. I might just look at my colleague to confirm that.
That's correct.
Good, thank you.
Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, the local area service transfer, correct?
Yep.
Okay, I want to know, and the explanation is that the bylaw requires, the community charter states that if the amount of a reserve fund is greater than required for the purpose of which it was established, the council may transfer all the money to another reserve. We're following the requirements of the community charter. But if I may, I want to also use an example. If, Brookswood, as you know, we have an awful lot of septic tanks, and if they wanted to, some of the residents in their wisdom wanted to put together a local area improvement fund, they would go through the same process that exists today, and the process and the monies would be collected according to our existing bylaw, if I may?
That is correct. So we have historically earned interest on the outstanding local area service levy that are received. So in future, if there's local area service projects, as you mentioned, they can either be financed through other sources or repaid from other proceeds of levy as we receive them.
Thank you. That's what I thought. Thank you.
Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, I'm glad Councillor Fergus mentioned that, because Brookswood is one of those areas where we have historically seen some of those LASs. Are we anticipating any local area service? And I guess my question is, you had said, I think you misspoke, you said there's 5 million available, but in the report it says it's 500,000?
If I stated 5 million, that is incorrect. It's 500,000 that would be immediately available.
Okay. So if there was a neighborhood that wanted to do a local area service, we wouldn't have to, would we have to borrow the money and then, no. They would pay the money and then we would have enough in the fund to make sure that happens, right?
The process itself is they would go through a petitioning process, staff will review it, then it would come to council. It's quite a, I wouldn't characterize it as completely lengthy, but it requires a certain percentage threshold to be met as well when it comes to the neighboring properties and benefiting properties. So that time staff would review what sources are available, and then council also would have to approve the project itself.
So there would be no risk that if there was it was a $2 million bill or $1 million, that we wouldn't have the money, so that wouldn't be able to do the local area service. I guess that's my only concern.
Each local area servicing project would be considered and reviewed by staff, and then there'll be certain, if there's any concerns, we would put that in a report to council once that project it does proceed and go through the petition process and is successful at the petition process, and then goes towards council for its approval.
Okay, and Councillor Ferguson mentioned that there was a minimum. Is there a minimum that we are required to keep in that reserve fund?
To your worship, Councillor Kunst, my recollection is there's no minimum requirement to keep in a local area service reserve pursuant to the Community Charter or Local Government Act, but I'll just once defer to my colleague on that one as well.
No, not to my knowledge.
Okay, so but we're keeping 500,000 is what you're saying, right? In the reserve fund.
To your worship, Councillor Kunst, I might have created confusion, but for clarification purposes, there's 2.5 million. 500,000 is accessible immediately.
Yeah.
2 million is internally borrowed, which will be replenished by September, October 2025.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Great, thanks. Call the question on G3. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. G4, Animal Control Bylaw Reform, Bylaw number 6140-6141. I will move it. Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there any discussion? Councillor Martins.
Yeah, thank you. So I just want to clarify that this is, we're actually looking at repealing the existing animal control bylaw and replacing it with the one that we have before us. Is that correct?
To your worship, to Councillor Martins, that is correct.
Okay. And to that end, I think approximately 80% of all households have a dog and or cat. So this does impact a lot of people. So reason for my questions, just so that we're doing things the best way we can. So if I can, through chair to staff, I do have a question about specifically section, I think it's 8.1 and 8.2, where it says under the subtitle of Animal Control Shelter Operation, Animal Control Shelter. I wonder if you could give me a bit more information about this. When I'm reading this, it sounds like we are going to be opening like a veterinary clinic at our shelter site, and also fully funding spay and neuter of animals. And it looks like it says the CAO is authorized to provide the program. So I'm thinking I'm just not reading it correctly. If you could clarify what the intention is of these two paragraphs.
Just for clarification purposes, the 8.1 and 8.2.
Yeah.
So the 8.1 animal control shelters is that's to highlight where the premise is located and to essentially confirm the fact that it's operated and maintained for keeping of animal, as it may be the duty of animal control officers to impound or otherwise accept this pursuant to the bylaw. 8.2 essentially is pursuant to council direction that staff essentially recommended updating this to allow for the spay and neutering program and to provide the CEO with the authority to enter into an agreement with LAPS to provide spay and neutering of cats and dogs. So essentially that direction was given by council. In order to meet council's direction, the language is proposed in this bylaw to create that foundation. No agreement has been entered into yet with any organization. This at least allows the ability or flexibility and ability to have that spay and neutering program come to fruition.
Okay. All right. And I appreciate that it's nothing fixed as of yet. So we're not looking at getting into the business of providing our own veterinary clinic is my question. We're looking at outsourcing that?
Through your worship, Councillor Martins, I wouldn't pigeonhole ourselves either. This is just providing the flexibility. Historically, it was not in the bylaw. So now having this, the spay and neuter program in the bylaw, it allows the township an opportunity to enter into an agreement with either a third party or another organization to implement this program.
So it's typical to have embed a program into a bylaw?
To your worship, to Councillor Martins, we're not embedding the program. We're having that flexibility within the bylaw to allow that to occur, because that did not historically exist in the bylaw. So there was no ability or foundation under a bylaw to continue to go towards a spay or neuter program.
Okay. No, thank you. I just wanted to clarify because I do know that LAPS provides that so based on donor funding on this service. So it's potential that we could be increasing the costs of doing this depending on the outcome, I guess. So the other thing I'm just curious about, I know in the report it says on page 3, Langley Animal Protection Society over the years has provided recommendations for bylaw updates as well. If it's possible through the chair to staff, just wondering, can you confirm that LAPS has seen this draft bylaw that's before us today and had an opportunity to review it and provide some input? And I'm asking about that only, not that LAPS directs what we do as an organization, more out of respect, because they are the current enforcement agency in our community and have been for over 20 years. If you can confirm if they've had an opportunity to look at this.
Through your worship, to Councillor Martins, historically, a lot of the language in this bylaw did stem from LAPS, whether it's in relation to the kennel setbacks, barking, amount of dogs on for a site, that has stemmed from LAPS, and we've been in consultation with them historically. The specific report to council was just made public on, I believe, on Thursday or Friday when the agenda went live. That's the intent. The exact report hasn't been, that was available to the public at the same time, and it was would be available to LAPS.
Okay, so just to reinforce then, we didn't in the course of drafting this, after we finished our draft, provide LAPS the opportunity to provide input. They're just giving the same public opportunity as everybody else in the community?
Through your worship, Council members, during the drafting process, there was communication with LAPS and several suggestions and amendments made based on their comments. And there was also legal correspondence that were exchanged to confirm some of the language that LAPS was providing as well.
Okay, thank you. All right, and then I guess my only other confusion, just bear with me for a second here. And I just want to notice, I think there's something in here that should be edited out on page 14. Right before the subheading license tag required licensing of dogs. It says here, there seems to be an error message. Just to highlight that. So I appreciate it. There's good things in this bylaw, and I thank staff for the time in putting this together. One of the things I would highlight is that we've increased the number of dogs in a home from 2 to 3. I've heard that from a number of people since being in this role, and I thank you that that's being addressed. And then also the efficiencies in the licensing program. I think that's really great to see that we're speeding up those processes, so that's really good. And I personally would like for LAPS to have the opportunity to review this and provide input to us. I don't know if that requires a referral back to staff or if there's another way to address that. One thing I'm looking at is like perhaps the language. It talks about destroying animals. I think a more modern approach is to use the word euthanize. But again, I'm not the expert when it comes to animal control. Those are just my comments. But I'd like to hear from other people at the table, and maybe we can consider a referral back to staff for that final piece of including LAPS.
Councillor Richter?
Yeah, it strikes me, I mean, having been on the council that enabled LAPS to first appear, and knowing the absolutely stellar work that LAPS has done over the time it's been in place, and the number of really creative and innovative programs it has put in place. I really think public input is essential on this, and I'm just wondering why this bylaw does not include the opportunity for public input. It's like first, second, and third. There's no mention of public input in here.
I believe, Mr. Cooner, we've covered this many times that it's not required, but council can always elect to do it.
That is correct.
Okay. So how would council elect it? Like if I wanted to send this for public input, would I have to put a deferral motion for a public input opportunity from the public?
Your worship to Councillor, take a referral. Motion would address that concern, refer it back to staff to do a public input opportunity prior to considering first and second, third reading.
Okay, and what form would the public input opportunity take?
To your worship to Councillor Richter, we would then look to the mover to see whether it's an open house or whether it's more of an opportunity before council for individuals to voice their concerns. But if it's just a public information or public input opportunity that's more designated for council, then we would that would need to be clarified.
Well, I would think that there are experts on animal care in this community that would be in an excellent position to advise council. Can we do a public hearing style opportunity?
Yes, technically you could.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ferguson?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's as another councillor has mentioned that it's on this council too when the two Patties came before us and said that they wanted to put together their own animal control system, and Patty Dale, obviously, where they named a shelter. So they went to work along with our staff, and they found an area of land in Aldergrove there, and they, with the help of the TOL Township and our budget, we were able to, I think it was over $1 million or something to build the facility, and And I guess we already had the land to begin with. So that was 20 years ago. And I see now this as an opportunity to reform the bylaw, make changes, positive changes. They were not happy, the two Patties, they called it in their group, with the existing system that existed 20 years ago of euthanizing animals and not adopting out, and it was a real challenge. So here we are today with an opportunity to look at new ways of doing things in the future with using technology and also addressing the challenges of animal control over the years. And if I may, it gives the opportunity, if I may, and this is my first question, to have bylaws involved as well, if I may, our bylaw department.
Through your worship to Council Ferguson, it just gives flexibility to any animal control officer, whether it's through a different organization or it's in-house. So it has further language for clarity purposes and enforcement as well.
Okay, thank you very much. That is very well done. Thank you.
Councilor Bailey?
Yeah, I'm looking at page 3 and the sentence that says, among other things, the provisions of the existing animal control bylaw are inconsistent with similar animal control measures, regulations in other municipalities in the Lower Mainland. I read that as there was consultation done by staff with the other municipalities in the Lower Mainland. Am I correct?
To your worship to Councilor Bailey, apologies. Yes, some municipalities have been consulted to make sure that our bylaw does align with theirs, and we have reached out to their staff historically as well.
Well, I see that as the most important consultation you can do in regards to what's working in other municipalities and that. So I'm pretty happy with staff doing a bang-up job on looking at what other bylaws there are, and I have to admit I would be a little concerned about some people having input into animals, as some of them are a little extreme out there, and I would say people like PETA and that. So I have faith that staff has done adequate research on this.
All right, so I'm seeing no other speakers. I'm going to move an amendment, and then we'll deal with any referrals that may be coming. I was going to point council's attention to paragraph 4, that council directs staff to add a multi-year prorated licensing model capital project in the 2026-2030 financial plan for council consideration. I'll be moving an amendment to change it to staff to implement a multi-year prorated licensing model capital project for January 1st, 2026. Is there a seconder? That's seconded by Councillor Rent. Is there any discussion on that amendment? Councillor Martins.
Thank you. Just actually more of a practical question as an animal owner. In the past year, I unexpectedly lost a dog quite early. So if I had been a person who purchased a multi-year license and then my dog passes away in the first year, is there then reimbursements happening? How will the staff be addressing that?
My understanding, Mr. Cooner, is that would be entitled to a credit.
That is correct. It would
or
be
a refund.
prorated.
Prorated
Yeah.
refund, yeah.
Okay,
That's accounted for in the program.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on that amendment to G4. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. And we'll go back to next speakers. Councillor Martins.
Thank you. So I have a referral motion, but I have a question as well, I believe.
Go ahead.
Okay. So just starting with my question, if I can through the chair to staff. Mr. Cooner, I may have misunderstood you earlier on a previous item. You mentioned that particular bylaw, I think it was G2, we had to schedule a required public input opportunity as per community charter because it was related to licensing. So I think there's licensing in this bylaw as well. Does it not require the same public input opportunity as per the community charter?
Mr. Cooner, I would assume that you should have added the word business licensing before that answer.
The specific section is 59 sub 2 that I was referring to. Essentially says before adopting a bylaw under subsection 1 or subsection 8 sub 6 business regulation, a council must give notice of his intention according to sub 3. So the interpretation there is for business regulations and licenses that is required.
All right, so specific to business, not general to the term license. Okay. No, thank you for that. I appreciate that clarification. So I do appreciate that staff have taken a lot of time on this. It's not just amendments. This is a whole overhaul and a new starting off as a fresh bylaw. And I really appreciate that, and I appreciate the efforts in consulting with other municipalities to see what our peers are doing across the region. That is excellent. My one concern is that, and again, this is not coming from LAPS, asking LAPS to do the work moving forward, but just being respectful of them having done the work. I think it would be respectful and appropriate to ask them what they think, and they might have some really good suggestions to make this even better. I'm just thinking to work with staff and bring those forward. So I would like to, I guess it would be a referral back to staff to consult with LAPS, or consult is even a strong word. I just discuss with LAPS for any potential feedback or improvements to the bylaw.
So can we just to maybe get a refer? Ms. Bauer, do you have that? You have that? Okay, great. Is there a seconder to that?
I actually had a question.
Right now, we have a motion on the floor. Is it being is seconded by Councillor Richter? Yeah, go ahead. Anyone else wish to speak to it? This is on the referral now. Sure. Councillor Kunst?
So I guess I had a question. As we're giving it potentially third reading, after third reading, is there an opportunity for LAPS to come in before we give it final to give us their feedback?
No, you would need to do the referral or defer it or reconsider third to make amendments.
Okay, so once we give it third, there's no opportunity for LAPS to come and say, I just recall when we did the last batch of bylaws and we had the equestrian community quite up in arms, and they came to council in quite a few numbers, that maybe we just need to allow for maybe just one more meeting where we can have that opportunity for some feedback from the LAPS community.
Yeah, so in that case, we had, through my motions, we had council defer third reading.
Right.
So that allowed for discussion and amendments to be proposed through that month-long period. Here, it would have to be achieved through a referral, which is on the floor.
Okay.
Or to defer third to allow time for more input.
Okay.
But once third is granted, Ms. Bauer can confirm.
Okay.
Once third is granted, she doesn't want to see more amendments, and she would like to see third reconsidered to make amendments. Ms. Bauer, maybe you can confirm that process that you've outlined to me.
Yes. So once third reading is approved, in order to amend it, the appropriate way is to rescind third reading, make the amendments, and then approve third reading.
Okay.
In answer to your question, LAPS could come, but in order for council to change the bylaw for anything that LAPS said at that time, you would have to rescind third reading, change it, and then do third reading again.
Okay, so then I would like to support that motion that and what is your
Let's read that
referral?
back, Ms. Bauer. What is the referral motion?
The referral motion is that the report, with the motion, be referred back to staff to discuss with LAPS, or discuss the bylaw with LAPS.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Is there any other discussion on that referral? No? Okay, so you can call the question on that referral of G4. And that's defeated with Councillor Pratt, Councillor Woodward, Councillor Rent, Mayor Woodward, Councillor Bailey, Councillor Ferguson opposed. So we're back to Councillor Kunz. Did you have anything further?
Yeah, I'm just not super comfortable supporting it. I really wanted to hear from LAPS, so thank you.
Yeah, so I see no other speakers. So I think this is a great reform. I believe we consulted extensively. I say we, as a township, as a corporation, consulted a lot with experts, and those would be our bylaw department. And so, I trust that there's a lot of good changes in here. I've heard commentary that, I like a lot of what's in the bylaw, but I want to slow it down. So I think it's appropriate to advance this. It's not written in a stone tablet. It can be amended in the future if we see good reasons to amend and change it in the future based on input from anyone, including lapse or otherwise. So I see everybody's jumping in, but I'm going to call the question on G4. I think we've debated this enough. And that carries with Councillor Martins, Councillor Richter opposed. Move on to G5, Langley Regional Airport Bylaw, bylaw number 6138, 6139. Moved by Councillor Pratt. Seconded by Councillor Rint. Is there any discussion on, there we are, Councillor Richter.
Yeah, I raised the issues that I had relative to when we discussed the E1. And I still think public input is needed, especially on airport movements, use of ALR land, and the future of the wetlands on the west side, which looks like they may all disappear. So I would like to make sure we get public input on this. So I guess I would make a referral to staff for a public input opportunity. Is that correct?
Yeah, we can certainly come back to that. We can certainly take that. There are no other speakers. I'm a little confused by your questions, though. Does, Mr. Cooner, does the Langley Regional Airport Bylaw mention the ALR?
To your worship, it might mention the word ALR in there.
Is it? I'd have
but
to read it again.
the exact bylaw is just to regulate the aspects of the Langley Regional Airport, and also I believe there's a bylaw update to the bylaw notice enforcement to include fine amounts for the airport regulation bylaw. This bylaw is more interrelated to the policies that already exist and the governance review that was already endorsed by the by council. The strategic land use plan is separated and now endorsed by council already. The strategic plan is not mentioned within the bylaw itself.
So I'm not following what the airport sort of an operations bylaw has to do with wetlands or the ALR, Councillor Richter.
Well, we approved or endorsed a strategic plan that sees a portion of the ALR lands across the street being used now for potentially for airport purposes. I believe when it came up under E1, I was quite clear that we need to get public input on this, so I'm wondering if my motion to refer to staff for a public input opportunity
Yeah, we can certainly take the motion, but
out
you're...
of order. I don't think it is.
No, we can certainly take that motion. Mr. Cooner, I'm still not following the conflation of the ALR and the strategic plan with the Langley Regional Airport bylaw. The two are not related directly. Maybe you can clarify.
Yes, so within the executive summary in the Langley Regional Airport bylaw, a lot of items haven't been included in here, and one of the rationales is because they are in the 2045 strategic plan for council's consideration, which has now been endorsed. The overall intent of the bylaws here is mostly to consolidate the existing policies, and the policies are whether they're the property leasing fees, the operating capital funds policy, noise abatement, hot air balloon. Some of these policies are going to now be rescinded if this bylaw is adopted, and it's mostly an operational bylaw itself.
So this would be modernizing the bylaw, but also rescinding policies, some of which I saw were obsolete given updated regulation and legislation. So again, Councillor Richter, I'm not following the conflation or the reference to the ALR or wetlands.
Okay. We approved under E1 a strategic plan that includes the wetlands to the west being taken over for a drone facility, and the ALR to the east, a small portion of it along 56th Avenue at I guess it would be the southeast corner of 216th Street. But we need to get public input.
But what does that have to do with the
I'm
Langley Regional Airport bylaw?
All my motion was to allow public input opportunity on
But I'm not asking you
bylaw.
about that. I'm asking you why you're raising the ALR wetlands under the Langley Regional Airport bylaw.
Because I think those are concerns that if the public were worried about them, they could bring them up at a public hearing, and so far they haven't had one.
Okay, so they're not related to the Langley Regional Airport bylaw then? You're relitigating council's decision on the strategic plan?
No, you can stop putting words in my mouth. I'm quite capable of speaking for myself. I've said I want public input on this.
Okay, so go ahead with your referral motion, specific to the Langley Regional Airport bylaw, please.
That this bylaw be referred to staff for a public input opportunity.
Mr. Cooner, is that sufficient direction?
Yes.
Okay, is there a seconder to that? Not seeing a seconder. So is there any other discussion on G5? Seeing none, call the question on G5. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Bylaws for final adoption, housing agreement, bylaw number 6125. I'll move it, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there any discussion on I1? Seeing none, call the question on I1. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Housing agreement, bylaw number 6126. I'll move it, seconded by Councillor Bratt. Is there any? Sorry, it was Councillor Pratt. No, it was not. So is there any discussion on I2? Seeing none, call the question on I2. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Rezoning application number 100659, bylaw number 5860. Moved by Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Is there any discussion on I3? Seeing none, call the question on I3. That carries unanimously. I'll move reconsideration of J1, seconded by Councillor Rint. Call the question on consideration of J1. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. I do have a motion. The council directs staff to prepare and advance the development application for the Grace Hannon Community Church proposal at 22940 48th Avenue for council's consideration. Seconded by Councillor Rint. Is there any discussion on advancing this? Seeing none, Councillor Richter, go ahead.
All right, but didn't we just bring a motion back for reconsideration? Does that mean the original motion is wiped out?
You're right.
I'm sorry, the original motion needed to be dealt with? It was just reconsidered, so you reconsidered it, so now you have to...
I thought it had to be removed and seconded.
It does need to be dealt with or completed.
And what if we just ignore it? So you always told me, this is great learning, I love this,
Yeah,
we learn, but you've always...
Procedurally, we generally, if you reconsider something,
You want to dispose of it?
You have to dispose, you have to close it somehow.
Or I could have worded this as a referral. Either way, you would like us to dispose of the previous motion?
I need to know the original motion is
So you want me to table the current motion and then come back to it?
Yeah, you could table it.
Okay, so
Yeah.
how do we do that again?
Putting the current motion on, the current motion?
Yeah.
We just need a motion to table it until
right.
conclusion of it.
I'll move that, seconded by Councillor Rent. Call the question on tabling the motion under J1. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. So now we're gonna put it back on the floor. Ms. Bauer, I don't think that requires a motion, if I remember.
The original motion needs to be moved and seconded. We're taking it right back to the beginning. So the original motion to defer the consideration is now, should be put on the floor?
Yes. So does anybody wish to move deferral? Moved by Councillor Pratt, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. Call the question on deferral of J1. Okay, so there's confusion here. So there's no point of reconsidering it unless so the intent here is to vote down deferral and then approve advancing it. All right? All right? So deferral's on the floor, and I thought we could ignore it and just proceed, but apparently we cannot just ignore it.
Dispose of it.
You need to dispose of it. So we're going to hopefully vote down deferral and then consider advancing it.
Which means opposing deferral, or?
That's correct. Yes, so we can let the church have their application. Councillor Martins, this is on deferral. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I'm sorry you lost me on this. I'm just confused. So, because you had a motion that you brought forward verbally. What is it we're doing right now?
We're voting on the motion in your agenda package on page 13 under J1, which is deferred consideration. If you still wish to defer, you would vote in favor.
Okay, and then it says pending consideration and adoption of the Fraser Highway Employment Lands Area Plan. So we're just going back to waiting for that plan to be adopted? Is that,
If you support deferral, that's what you would be doing, yeah.
okay, because we haven't adopted that plan.
That's right.
Okay.
Councilor Richter?
Yeah, I think it was clarified.
Okay, so we'll call the question on deferral. It's the original motion under J1. And that's defeated with Councillor Martins, Councillor Pratt, Councillor Rent, Mayor Woodward, Councillor Bailey, Councillor Kuntz, Councillor Ferguson opposed. Now we can, do you need a motion to? No, so it's back on the floor. And the motion again is that Council directs staff to prepare and advance the development application for the Grace Hannon Community Church proposal at 22940 48th Avenue for Council's consideration. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Kuntz. Is there any discussion on that motion to have that application advance? Councillor Richter.
Yeah, why?
The original staff report recommendation was in the agenda package, so it requires a motion of council to advance it.
Okay, but why are we advancing it right now?
Because they've asked us to.
Do we have to by law?
I believe,
Advance
Mr. Cooner, we do not. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Yep, thank you.
All right, so any other discussion on the motion on the floor? Seeing none, call the question on advancing J1. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Does anybody wish to make a council report? Go ahead.
Yeah, so what happened to the table motion?
Miss Bauer, maybe you can go through that again.
It was actually brought back. Bringing a motion back from the table does not require a motion to do it. So the mayor brought forward his motion. We then tabled that motion, went back, completed the reconsideration, disposed of that with a defeat, and then we went back to the mayor's motion.
And I'll be booking another follow-up with you, Ms. Bauer, to go over all of that again. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other council report? Councilor Martins.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to report over the weekend I attended. There was a ball hockey tournament put on by the Joint Forces Foundation. And that foundation is in memory of Constable Rick O'Brien, who passed away September 22nd, 2023. And the spirit of the foundation is empowering youth, closing the gap between law enforcement and youth. And it was very well attended by multiple communities represented there. The highlight of the day, of course, was the Guns and Hoses hockey game between firefighters and police officers. And the police officers are going to have to do some off-season training because they were schooled by fire. So hopefully the police can pull up their boots here and do a little bit better next time. But I don't know if you can see it. I received a beautiful challenge coin honoring Constable Rick O'Brien, and I think this is a great event to keep his legacy alive. This is what he was passionate about, and his widow Nicole is honoring that and carrying forward.
Councilor Ferguson.
Well, I think that's great. My Councillor Martins. My son actually, I know it's different. He wasn't part of the Guns and Hoses, but he did play for the BC team. He went all the way to the finals, so that we're been very involved with ball hockey for many, many, many years. So it's good. I want to say that I was there as well as Councillor Bailey and yourself. We were at the main event, the Langley School District Foundation event at Thunderbird, and it was a great event, seeing all those horses, and it brought me back to my old roots, a whole bunch of educators there, and I even ran into Councillor Kuntz's brother, who coached my son in hockey. We were meeting a lot of good friends from the past and things like that. So it was a very good event. And can I just do my regional report just briefly, Mr.
Yeah, go
Mayor?
ahead, Councillor Person.
I put on everybody's desk the Regional Parks Annual Report, and I tell you, it is exciting looking at all the things happening in the region. And if you look at, as the pages go by, that we at the Township of Langley are really all about the parks and things like that we've done, and we look at all the parks we've had, and there's 32 hectares of Glen Valley Regional Park that they're acquiring, and 40 hectares of South Langley Regional Park. This is the Township of Langley paving the way for regional parks, and if you look at either the next page or the page after, where we have our actual parks, and we have, I'll get to it eventually. Go on, I didn't pass, oh, there we go. So, anyway, we have Aldergrove Regional Park, Bray Island Regional Park, Campbell Valley Regional Park, Derby Regional Park, Glen Valley Regional Park, and more parks coming. So I get excited about parks, and I know your name is on this as well, Mr. Mayor, so you've done a good job. And I'm currently representing the Metro Vancouver Parks for Township of Langley. So when you talk about parks, I get excited, and it's good reading for the coffee table. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
It was good to see you at the Metro Vancouver Parks Foundation breakfast as well, which I had the honor of it being at Redwoods this year. So it was good to see the work that foundation does, and a great cause on yesterday for families that can't afford assessments for their children in the school system. Yes. Yeah. Councillor Pratt.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I just wanted to provide a quick update. I think it's exciting news that the Langley Community Farmers Market that has been at the Derek Dable Day Arboretum for the last number of years is relocating, moving to the Langley Events Center in conjunction with the summer concert series that the LEC and the township staff put on there. It's a fantastic event, and it's going to be made even better. So Thursday nights, July 3rd to August 28th from 5:30 to 8:30 at the plaza there outside of Willoughby Community Stadium is the new location for the Langley Community Farmers Market.
Okay, any other reports? Great. So move on to items for information. Does anybody have any questions or discussion on M1 through 6? Councillor Richter.
Yes, with regards to M1, I'd like to move that council grant the extension requested.
Do you need that, Mr. Cooner? But happy to do it if you do. I think without anything being said, you would just assume that it had been granted.
That is correct.
Yeah, so I think I appreciate that, Councillor Richter, but I don't think it's necessary.
Okay,
I'm sorry, you gotta keep going here, Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd also like to reference item M3, and I want to know what the township can do to help protect these heritage oak trees, I guess they're oak trees, in Murrayville. I mean, basically the report's saying it's not on the road allowance, so not our problem.
To Your Worship, to Councillor Richter, historically when the development application was advanced to council for its consideration, they entered into a heritage revitalization agreement to relocate and restore the project historic portion of Murrayville Elementary School, and also there was an element of considering the Belmont oak trees and to preserve those trees and to ensure they're protected. That a restrictive covenant was registered. So at that time, staff's appropriate mechanism to ensure that those trees are protected was a restrictive covenant. And I can just look to my colleague. I know he was familiar with the application when it came forward to council in 2018.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Cooner, and through your worship to Councillor Richter. Mr. Cooner has outlined the item there. The subject restrictive covenant is attached as part of the memo to council. The RC outlines from an arborist the state of the trees at that time, the recommended ongoing maintenance, and the responsibilities with respect to that. And those were considered by council at the time as part of the subject official community plan, rezoning, and heritage revitalization agreement conditions there, Your Worship.
Okay, but it seems to me that we've heard from a group of residents there that this is, who probably weren't residents at the time the development occurred, but are now, that this is becoming a little bit prohibitive for them financially. So an option I was wondering about, is there any way under the heritage banner that we could get a designation for these trees that would acknowledge that council has at least some part to protect the trees, some role in protecting the trees? Now, I'm wondering if we start by referring this to the Heritage Advisory Committee for their thoughts. Like, can they, I know they put plaques on heritage buildings. Well, these are heritage trees, really.
Your Worship, Council Richter, staff did look at potential options to consider, whether that it would qualify under the Heritage Building Incentive Program. That's policy, council policy there. However, it doesn't provide for township heritage maintenance cost sharing to be allocated for landscapes features, which is what the Belmont oak trees are considered.
Okay, so what if these trees just, because of prohibitive costs, fall into a diseased state and end up dying? What happens then?
If I'm not mistaken, and I may look to Mr. Richardson to confirm, there, as a part of the restrictive covenant, there's also a process of replanting as well.
Through Your Worship, Councilor Richter, to supplement Mr. Cooner's comments there, the RC speaks about the requirements of their ongoing maintenance and those maintenance obligations. And there's not performance of those maintenance obligations, the ability of the township to perform them and then seek compensation for them. As Mr. Cooner's outlined, though, there may be the current policy context doesn't speak to landscape elements, as outlined in the memo. That could be a potential option for council to look at. However, at this time, that's how council has determined their protection and ongoing maintenance, Your Worship.
Okay, well, can we refer this file to the Heritage Advisory Committee for their thoughts and ideas?
Mr. Cooner, I believe that would be appropriate.
Council can direct that.
Yeah, council can direct that, yeah. Do you wish to move that?
Yes, I wish to move that.
Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Kunst. Is there any other discussion on that? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Kunst.
It did actually come up at our last meeting. Now, it wasn't official. I think people were just talking about it. But I think what the sentiment was, or the question was, that maybe there wouldn't be, like if this was covered under the heritage, the money that the Heritage Society gets to preserve, and that there wouldn't then, that takes away from some of the finances that they would get for preserving homes. So is that what I'm kind of hearing, that doesn't really fall into under the heritage banner?
Okay, but maybe there's some federal programs that we could get funding under that Heritage HAC might be aware of.
No, Councillor Kunst has the floor. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Councillor
so I mean, I would totally support that, this coming back to heritage for maybe a better discussion about it. So I'll support that.
All right, seeing no other discussion, I'm going to move deferral of the referral to June 23rd. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Rent. Is there any discussion on a deferral? Okay, Councillor Bailey, do you wish to discuss deferral? Yeah, yes. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea. I'm looking at this and I am not an arborist. I have a fair amount of experience as a landscaper. And I am hoping that when they look at this, they also look at potential costs, because there are some problems with these trees, and I think that is the main reason why they want to get us to take it over, because it is going to be extremely expensive in the future to maintain these trees.
Appreciate that. So a deferral, I think it's appropriate to, rather than refer to a committee, make it their problem. I think this is a council decision, so I think it's appropriate for us to deal with this. But let's take some time with it. Let's maybe have a chance for everybody to go and talk to the residents and then gather any information from staff they're looking for. I think we can defer this. The trees have been there. How How old are they, Mr. Cooner?
Through your worship, based on the information we have, it's likely they were planted in conjunction with the original elementary school in 1911, your worship.
Yeah, so they're over 100 years old. They can wait a few more weeks, I think, to find a solution. So hopefully that'll be supported and take some time with this, and I'll hopefully have a chance to look into it a bit more as well. So that deferral, Ms. Bauer, was to June 23rd. All right, call the question on that deferral. That carries unanimously. Is there anything else on M1 through 6? Oh, did you have something else? Yeah. Go ahead.
On the first one there, the school, it just is a typo. It says 2005. So I think just for the record, if someone's looking back, that we didn't have that discussion in 2005, it was 2025. So someone actually from the audience today was asking me about it, and I'm like, yeah, no, I don't think that was 20 years ago, so.
You'll get that corrected, Mr. Cooner.
We'll get that corrected unless Mr. Winsley can confirm meeting them in 2005.
Great, thank you for that. Move on to item N1. Does anybody wish to move that? Moved by Councillor Bailey, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion on N1?
Oh, yeah.
You gotta click it again.
Sorry.
Yeah, Councillor
Sorry.
Kunst, go ahead.
Oh, did it got moved?
It did.
Okay, great, because this did come up at our council, at our advisory committee, and there was a lot of concern that the cenotaph is just such a, it's near and dear to so many people's hearts that they really felt that they wanted to have more opportunity to be consulted and have some input. Thanks.
Great. Councillor Ferguson?
Yes, I just wanted to ask a quick question about when we condition a report, because time is of the essence on, I guess, the status of that. We don't want any challenges with happening with breakage and something like that. If I may, if I go through the chair, if I may.
Through your worship, yeah, the condition assessment is ongoing, and we're expecting recommendations fairly soon.
Okay, thank you.
So the process here, if this is approved by council, there you would complete that assessment, and that would go to additional consultation and stakeholder engagement, including the committee.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so I think that that makes sense. So with that, call a question on N1. That carries unanimously. Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll move the motion.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Kunst. Yeah, go ahead.
I just think that this Township of Langley Housing Trust Society, which has successfully gotten 2 applications through council now, I think it's time for some sort of a general presentation to a public meeting so that all of the public, which is about this group that is providing opportunities with publicly held funds and assets. So I've made the motion, it's been seconded. There's not much more I can say about it, it's pretty straightforward.
Is there any other discussion on 01? Seeing none, call the question. That's defeated with Councillor Pratt, Councillor Rent, Mayor Woodward, Councillor Bailey, Councillor Ferguson opposed. Back to Councillor Richter, go ahead.
Okay, I'll move the motion.
Is there a seconder? Not seeing a seconder. So we'll move on to myself here, 03. I'll move that, seconded by Councillor Rent. Is there any discussion on 03? Seeing none, call the question on 03. That carries unanimously. 04, I'll move that, seconded by Councillor Brent. Is there any discussion on 04? No, seeing none, call the question on 04. That carries unanimously. Yes, 05, I'll move that, seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there any discussion on 05? Seeing none, call the question on 05. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. 06, I'll move that, seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion on 06? Seeing none, call the question on you gotta be faster. Councillor Martins, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just wondering in the whereas, it's referring to the Aldergrove Library moving, relocating. Is there a time estimate for when that relocation might occur?
Well, to your worship, to Councillor Martins, there's no time estimate. It's just ongoing consultations with the Aldergrove Library and seeing whether it's a suitable location, and in the event it is, then we would coordinate, and when the building is completed, potentially look at relocation. So it's just ongoing discussions.
Thank you.
Councillor Richter?
Yeah, I basically had the same question, which is the library definitely moving out of its current location? And if it is, where is it moving to, and when is it moving?
Mr. Cooner?
It's not definitive. It's ongoing discussions, and I believe that they have been several sites, actually it's specifically the Elderin site here that's been looking at as a potential option for them to look at consideration.
Yeah, well, I think that might have parking issues. So this particular motion, if we move this, are we giving an unfair expectation to a particular group that they will get this space? Or are we going to make this a space available, if it becomes available, to whoever might be interested in making a submission about it? Because it's really, this motion goes beyond right of first refusal. This is basically saying, in my opinion, that they're going to get it, period.
Through your worship, to Councillor Richter, unless the mover indicates otherwise or staff's interpretation is not in line with the mover, it looks like it's a potential uses for that space in the event Aldergrove Library it does vacate, and potential process to consider options. Staff would essentially have these ongoing discussions and report to council, and council would give the final direction in the event that Aldergrove Library is relocating, and we would look at several options and other considerations in the event they are or they're not.
Okay, but then this to me that means that the motion is premature, because right now the library isn't moving. So I'm not supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Bailey? I will remind council that development permit highlighting a library in downtown Aldergrove was approved. Councillor Bailey, go ahead.
Yeah, I really like this. One, it's just directing staff to engage the Arts Council, and I know from past experience and discussions that the Arts Council would love some more room, and I think it would become quite a showpiece that the Art Council could further advance arts and culture within the township, and I think this is a great thing.
Councillor Ferguson?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As much as it's been noticed that discussed table the fact that the Langley Arts Council, which are currently there and very happy there, they've requested. That doesn't necessarily mean council will have an opportunity to look at other folks as we go down the road with this particular application to relocate the Aldergrove Library. But to speak on behalf of the Langley Arts Council, they've always felt themselves as being kind of left behind in decision-making over the past years, and have always looked for an opportunity. I think we're providing more and more opportunities for them, and the ones I have spoken to are happy to hear that, because they're always looking for space and to do whatever they do with their artwork or craft work or sculptures or whatever else they do, and also information and gathering points. So I believe they're a great organization, and we'd be best served to help them as best we can as we help other organizations. Thank you.
Councillor Pratt?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'm really pleased to support this one. I think as the conversations about the potential relocation of the library have been open and ongoing, I've heard personally from the Arts Council, like I'm sure others have, that they've been engaging with the Kinsmen, which were the original builders of the building. And I think any use of that building definitely should at least respond to what the original intent of that building was. It's a volunteer-oriented, community-oriented space, and I think the Arts Council expansion could potentially be a really great piece to that. And I noticed that there are 2 uses of the word potential and consider in the therefore, so I'm comfortable with it. And yeah, look forward to the ongoing discussion.
Seeing no other discussion, I'll call the question on 06. That carries. Councillor Richter opposed. Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. The co-writer of this motion isn't here, but I will move it.
Is there a seconder? Seconded by Councillor Rent. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. This motion has come out of a significant amount of correspondence that I'm sure many, if not all, members of council have received from members within the Walnut Grove community there. Had the chance with Councillor Van Plopta to attend a community meeting where these folks were able to sort of share their thoughts in person. And it was a really great discussion. I will have an amendment to my own motion that I provided to the clerk that came out of that conversation. There was a few more items that weren't covered off in this original motion that the community asked us to at least consider. So hopefully council can look at this as a proactive step in making Walnut Grove Drive even safer. Obviously, with all of the pieces in this motion and then with the amendment as well, it's a pretty significant project, which is why I felt it was important to go forward with a petition process so that the community that's going to be living with the changes potentially has a say in those changes.
Why don't we just have you do your amendment so we can debate the motion that you sort of maybe intended to submit,
sure,
or would like to submit. Go ahead with your amendment.
Sounds good. I believe I provided it. Okay. So
you're moving that amendment?
I am moving the amendment in 2 parts.
An addition of 3 and 4?
Correct.
Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Rint. Go ahead.
So item number 3 is it adds 2 sort of physical changes, potential changes to Walnut Grove Drive that were requested from that community meeting itself to be at least considered. One is that where there is currently a non-signalized entrance and exit to the parking lot of Walnut Grove Secondary School, the community requested the consideration of a signalized intersection so that there weren't as many conflicts and sort of impatient people, both in cars and and walking, coming in and out of that area, especially at high traffic times of the day. The second bullet point there is just the exploration of additional street parking on both sides of the street. The community made it very apparent that that was one of the major concerns they had. And then the item number 4 came out of that meeting as well, because obviously with the petition process being specific to the traffic calming and the affected area, there were some members of the community there who don't live within the petition area who would still like to be able to be engaged on the whole project itself. And so if council wishes and if there's a possibility to expand that public engagement area, then the community would be receptive to that. So that's what this amendment covers off.
All right. Councillor Kunst?
Yeah, so how much street parking would be added? How many spots would potentially be added?
We can let staff answer that. Go ahead, Mr. Cooner, staff.
Through your worship, we'd have to take a full review of the Walnut Grove Drive to determine that.
Okay, so generally, like, because we were getting a lot of complaints, and actually I was there watching a baseball game, and I don't go to that park very often, so yeah, it's definitely parking is a huge issue in the by the ball fields there. So I just wondering if we reach any sort of number that might be acceptable or make a difference. We don't know, like, is it 10 spots, 20 spots? We don't know. Okay.
Yeah, so I think it's, as we're seeing from the amendment, which I support, I don't have any problem with reviewing the full requests from the advocacy group, but I think it's well beyond the scope of a traffic calming petition at this point. So if this amendment were to succeed and we're reviewing protected bidirectional bicycle path update, we're looking at a potentially signalized intersection, we don't typically petition for that. So I think it might be appropriate to refer this back to staff to have some of those questions answered and to have potential multiple processes to run simultaneously if this amendment is approved. Councillor Richter?
Yeah, Councillor Pratt has referenced a meeting. What meeting was this? Because I don't recall getting an invitation to a meeting.
Yeah, no, we're not. We're discussing the amendment, Councillor Richter. If
No, but
was,
he's saying these amendments.
if I could
came
please
out of the
finish
meeting.
before you cut me off, I'd appreciate that. Do you have anything else to add? And then I'll respond. If Councillor Pratt has referenced a meeting, I also was not aware of it, and nor did I attend. There's many meetings with members of the public, with individual members of council. No member of council answers to council for that. So if you could please discuss the amendment.
Okay, I'm not going to support it because this was a public meeting that all of council was not invited to attend.
If it was a public meeting, I'm not aware of it, and I'm not aware of who they invited or didn't invite. Councillor Martins, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm just with regards to relocating crosswalk south to align with a potential intersection. The current one is tied into a pathway on the east side, and there's a lot of flow of students heading from Forest Hills and east of the high school that flow through that pathway, and I think it's why it's lined up with that. And then also you have a lot of students that are walking down the hill towards the school again from all areas. And my concern, and I say this meaningfully, yes, we need to improve on traffic calming and control in that stretch. It's like a racetrack. So I appreciate the intent of all of this. I'm just wondering, practically, and knowing old habits die hard, if we're still going to have a lot of students cutting across Walnut Grove Drive further to the south of that potential intersection. That's just a concern of mine, and how we overcome that flow of pedestrians, like I said, coming from the pathway. But I really appreciate the efforts here, the engagement with the community. I too would have been, I did find out about it through community Facebook pages that did post about it. I'm interested in how many people from the community attended this meeting and provided this feedback. Like, what are we looking at? How broad is this input? If the mover would be so kind as to kind of give me a sense of how big this group was.
Yeah, again, if we could please stick to the amendment.
It's not possible to find out how many people.
You can certainly ask him after the council meeting is concluded. If you could please stick to the amendment.
So I am sticking to the amendment because I'm trying to understand points 3 and 4 came out of this meeting. So I'm trying to get a sense of how many people from the community felt this way.
Points 3 and 4 have been moved as an amendment. We are adjudicating them separately from who people met with when they met with them. They do not answer to council for that. You can certainly inquire after the council meeting is concluded. But if you could please, again, stick to the amendment.
And again, I will say, I am. My question is, the mover has said points 3 and 4, which is the amendment.
Okay, Councilor Martins, we've adjudicated this. Could you please stop referring to the meeting and stick to the amendment? Otherwise, I'll be moving on.
And I am telling you, I am.
Well, the chair disagrees. So if you could please refrain from discussing the meeting and focus on the amendment.
Yeah, so points 3 and 4 arose from feedback from people, and I'm trying to get a sense of how large that feedback grew.
All right, we're going to move on. Councillor Bailey, go ahead.
Yeah, I really want to make sure that this thing's fully looked at. When I look at the possibility of additional street parking, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm not really familiar with Walnut Grove in that area. But when I see a combination of drivers coming out of that school with L's and N's on, and a possibility, I like the signalized intersection because it'll make it easier for them to come and go. But the additional street parking, if when they're looking at this, they can consider people coming in and out of there blind. An awful lot of these people are students and that, and kids going to the park can dart out between cars. I've seen that too often. And when you combine new drivers and the ends are sometimes the most dangerous because they still have restrictions on them. But I'll guarantee you, if you sit outside that school, they're only allowed one other person in that car. You will see more than one person in that car. So the distraction within the car and the combination of possibly people darting in and out of additional street parking, I'd really like to make sure that that is fully looked at. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Councillor Ferguson?
Hey, the graduation licensing program is changing. For the better or worse, I don't know yet. I did want to, I'm deviating from the motion, I apologize. On our agenda, what happened to the part, we got 1 and 2.
So the motion, this is an amendment to
Okay. I
07.
have to wait.
So if you wish to speak to the other items, if you could wait, this is specific to 3 and 4.
I'll have to be, I know, I'll specific
We can
to the
certainly
main
discuss
motion.
the main motion if it's amended, yeah. Councillor Pratt? You have
Yeah,
anything
thank
else?
you, Your Worship.
I'm just
I-
going to call the question on the amendment here, unless you have anything else.
Yeah, no, I do. There was one constructive question, and so I'll definitely address that. And the fact with the alignment of the greenway to the intersection and the pedestrian crosswalk, I appreciate that. My mind goes to on 208th Street in Willoughby. There's the Perry Evans Trail where the two crossings don't actually line up, and people are actually encouraged / forced to go to 208th and 73, 74 to cross. And so this is one of those things where I know this amendment makes this motion, and the motion itself is quite large now, and it kind of seems to do everything for everybody. The reality is that I think it's great to have all the options on the table, explore it, see what staff can physically and feasibly do, and if some things aren't impossible, then we'll know, and we can go forward from there.
All right, with that, I'm going to call the question on the amendment to 07. Yeah, I've called the question on the amendment. You'll be voting in favor if you don't vote. Amendment. That carries with Councillor Richter opposed. We're now back to the main motion as amended. It's going to clear the queue. Does anybody wish to speak to the main motion as amended? Councillor Martins, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm trying to visualize this. And
But just before we continue, so Ms. Bowery, can you put up a version of the motion as amended for us? Great. Go ahead, Councillor Martins.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to visualize this right now when we're looking at a signalized intersection. So it's going to be the south entrance that's to the lot that's in between the community center and the high school, is that correct? Okay, so that access point will not get people to the park. Because there are two accesses, right? So the one that's on the north end of the school is bi-directional into the parking lot behind the school, where a lot of people park to access the park space. So I'm just wondering how that's going to work traffic flow wise. And again, I'm just asking a question of the mover, just trying to understand it. And these questions are coming from the spirit of we need to do something about this stretch of the road, and I really appreciate the efforts being made to explore possible options. But if you could just walk me through how that might look, or are there going to be 2 lights, or is there going to be another crosswalk, or
Yeah,
what do
so
you envision?
I think that just to be everyone's, I'm going to move a referral to staff to get you those answers, along with Councillor Pratt's input, of course. But the idea here is this motion has expanded beyond traffic calming, and so I'll be moving a referral back to staff to organize the requested actions with potential reviews and more information, and multiple projects potentially proceeding with different processes. So I do have that referral coming, which would get you that information.
Yeah, thank you for that. That would help me if I can visualize how it would all work.
Yeah, and I think that's necessary. Yeah.
And I'd just like to again thank the mover for bringing this forward as a resident of Walnut Grove, and having personally witnessed for a few decades the traffic chaos, and I appreciate the efforts to come up with a solution.
Councillor Ferguson?
Oh, we're back to the main motion.
You can discuss any part of it you wish. Yes.
Okay, I wanted to know, we got 1, 2, 3, and 4. What happened to be it further resolved, the council request staff report something on bi-directional bicycle path? What happened to that?
That's still there.
It's still there, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's after bullet 3s and 4 have been added now.
Because even though that could end up being some kind of a challenge, and also I guess we have to also look at, as a council direction and a notice of motion, funding and things like that. So I think that there's a number of things I guess we have to address. Thank you.
Councillor Pratt?
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And again, I don't disagree at all with Councillor Ferguson that it's a significant matter. It was one of those things that came up from community correspondence that resulted in about a meeting of a dozen or so people that were all in the correspondence to members of council. And so the changes, the additions, they'll be assessed by staff, determined by council, and consultation with the community. So I appreciate that.
Okay, so I'm going to move a referral. Ms. Bauer, I just wrote it here. I can get it to you after if you, but that 07 be referred to staff for a summary of requested actions and reviews with recommendations and alternatives for council to consider. Is there a seconder to that? Seconded by Councillor Pratt. Is there any discussion on that referral? Yeah, so I'm going to also echo many of the comments from members of council. I think it is obviously time to have a good hard look at this frontage in front of the high school, Willoughby Community Center, and Willoughby Community Park. So certainly, sorry, not the Willoughby, Walnut Grove Community Center and Walnut Grove Community Park. Certainly, certainly the time to, I think, have a good look at that. That's been requested. There's a lot of stuff in here. Intersection upgrades, signalization, bike lanes, and we move beyond a simple traffic calming in both too. So I think it's appropriate for staff to outline some of the expectations of cost, whether they agree with some of these requests and their input, and then council can break it out into multiple projects or one project to be considered in 2026. So that's the intention of the referral. Councillor Pratt, did you have any more comments?
Yeah, no, I just thought I'd be remiss if I didn't already to, again, appreciate and thank Councillor Van Popte for her help with writing the motion up until now and for making sure I was looped in as well.
Yeah, appreciate that. And I want to also reiterate that I certainly also agree that it's a time to look at it, and a lot of the concerns that have been brought forward do have merit, and this is the process to evaluate them and break them out into fundable projects. So with that, I'll call the question on the referral. That carries unanimously. So, Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. Next one is the supporting the Fort Langley International Ukulele Festival. I'll move that.
All right, any discussion? Councillor Martins.
I just want to clarify, was this organization not able to submit the usual application for a community grant for a festival?
My understanding is the idea came forward or was formulated after that deadline. And so they do plan on holding it within 2025, but the idea came together within a society after that deadline. Okay. So I believe, I don't know who did it, but I believe there has been, Councillor Pratt may have done it, that they would be expected to participate in the grant program from here on.
I see. Okay. Well, thank you for that clarification. I think that's great that there's going to be another festival.
That will call the question on 08. That carries unanimously. Councillor Pratt, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's my last motion. Addresses the gaps in Willoughby's multi-use paths. So moved.
Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Is there any discussion on 09? Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, thanks for bringing this forward. You know, we've had discussions about connecting ability for bikes to move, and I really like the idea that we're going to do this. And we've also discussed how important paint would be on this to avoid a Vancouver seawall confrontation between bikes and pedestrians. So yeah, thanks a lot for bringing this forward. I love it.
Councillor Pratt.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And just in regards to that last comment by Councillor Bailey, you know, I personally, with our design of the MUPs, I've seen, you know, the potential and the real life implications of sometimes conflict between pedestrians and those who are rolling on various devices. And so I think this is a great first step in filling the gaps. But then the next step to me will be finding a way to better demarcate on our MUPs who should be where. Thank you.
Yeah, I think I also think it's time to have a plan to complete some of these pretty obvious gaps that will not be coming from development. It'd be good to have those outlined in a form that can be referred to and updated from time to time. I just wanted to confirm number 2, the list, is that something similar to the traffic calming list? Yeah, so that certainly seems reasonable. Some of these are a bit larger, some of these are a bit smaller. It'd be good to see what that list looks like and how these are going to be completed if the development is not an opportunity for them to be completed. I think that makes a lot of sense and rationale to sort of have a list and an idea of what we're looking at in terms of the scope of the issue. I would highlight, however, this council has been very proactive in closing significant gaps on the network, especially on 208 Street, 80th Avenue, 202, and 202A. So I think that it's great to highlight some of the other ones that maybe aren't on roads and in other areas that can be closed and should be closed. So again, I appreciate that and certainly support having a long-term plan to close these gaps. With that, call the question on 09. That carries unanimously. Is there any other business? Councillor Kunst.
We received an email this past week, and it's in reference to a delegation from the last meeting at the Manor Farm. And I was just wondering if there's any direction that we could provide to the delegate as they're just waiting on, I believe it's a building permit because they have a couple of sinks and a washroom. And they've got all the other required approvals from different agencies that is needed. So if there's a motion or if it's already been addressed, I'm just not aware, and so I'm just wondering how that went, how I could help move that along.
Through your worship, to Councillor Kunst, the suggestion from staff would be that staff are directed to provide a memo and an update to council on the building permit application.
So is it possible for them to get that building permit without council's direction, or is it what? Yeah, it seemed like it got some support here at council at the table, so I just wondering about that.
Your worship, to Councillor Kunst, so building permit applications are designated to staff, delegated to staff, and that staff review building permit applications. Council does not approve or add conditions to building permit applications. Historically, in the event council inquires about building permit application, staff to advise the status and potential requirements for each application, and at that time, for discussion purposes, and then staff can take into consideration some items, but it's a delegated authority to staff.
So do I have any sort of way to do anything? It seems that there's definitely some interpretation that is, from what I understand, is a different way that something could be interpreted. So, yeah, they have a business. They've been at it for a while. They've spent a lot of money and just looking to build a couple of sinks. So I'm just trying to figure out how we can help our constituents with, it looks like maybe an exemption to the rule, or possibly a couple ways to look at this. So I don't know. I'm just.
To your worship, Councillor Kunst, as the suggestion would be a first step would be to just get a memo to update council on the status, whether it's been issued or not, or if there is any concerns that can be highlighted, or whether it relates to interpretation. At that time, staff, council can at least have all the information before them and can consider potential options, if there are any, for council to do any action.
Okay, so I'm just requesting a memo to staff then?
To your worship, Councillor Kunst, you request direct staff to bring forward a memo in relation to the building permit application for, I believe it's Manor Farms, as you mentioned?
Yeah.
I don't have the address off the top of my hand, but.
Yeah, so we would need a council motion to direct staff to do that. So if you wish to move that.
Okay, I would wish to move that.
Seconded by Councillor Bailey. Yep. Is there any discussion on that particular item? Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, this thing, this is not a full building permit. This is a rental permit that's probably worth about 15 grand. These guys have invested a lot of time, money, and effort. And one of the snags, from what I understand, is the ALR. Well, I'm sorry, but the ALR should not be holding up our building permit process. And the the manner that the ALR goes ahead and makes rulings and then we have to enforce it is a bug that sticks in my bonnet. There, I said it properly. And I don't
Apologize very much for the interruption. Councillor Rent, given his considerations, has decided to declare a conflict of interest on this motion. So we could pause for that. Ms. Bauer, Councillor Rent, do you want to just, go ahead, Councillor Rent.
Yeah, I would have to call for conflict on this.
Right. You have that? All right. So that's great. Go ahead, Councillor Bailey.
Yeah, so I don't think any considerations by the township should, regarding with ALR stuff, it's about on-site and off-site produce. I don't think that should affect at all the considerations going forward on this renovation permit. It's a very minor thing, and these guys are hung up pretty hard right now.
Does anybody else have any discussion on the request? No, seeing none, I'll call the question, label that 10. That carries unanimously. If we could get Councillor Rent back, please. Councillor Ferguson, go ahead.
Oh, yes. The delegation by Audrey Bailey was dealt with, but I wanted to know on the same issue, but a different perspective. The actual traffic on 24th Avenue from actually 200 to 208. There is a pub liquor store there at 224th and another operation across the street. But whether we or staff could talk to the RCMP about looking at speed protection or signage, and also having the, what do they call it, the checkpoints there coming out of I guess the pub coming. That's just some suggestions. I'm not sure what the process is for that. Haven't asked for that process for a while, but whether there's an opportunity for you to do that, if I may, through the chair.
Dear Worship, Councillor Ferguson, just for clarification purposes, if it's in relation to referring to the motion from Audrey Bailey, then staff can, as a part of that report to council, consider concurrence from RCMP and also look at consulting with them in relation to further traffic enforcement measures that they can conduct.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other business? Ms. Bauer, I do have one item to add. I'm going to double check. Do I need to manually do it? Because I think we've gone over this before, the on-table distribution.
In this case, that item is already on the agenda. This is just a
So you
supplemental.
do not need me to add that manually?
good.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't, right?
It depends if the item is just in addition to what's already
Okay.
there.
All right. So that's good to clarify. So do not have any items to get a motion to resolve into special closed. Moved by Councillor Rent, seconded by Councillor Bailey. All those in favor? Anyone opposed? That's carried. Get a motion to terminate. Moved by Councillor Rent, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All those in favor? Opposed? And that's carried. Thank you.